Okay, we're live. Misha, I'm gonna start the webinar now.
Mhm.
Okay, we're on.
Hello and welcome back to day 16 of India Science Month Online. On behalf of the team of ISF, I welcome you to the penultimate day of our festival to hear the voice of science with us. For the last 1 month, we have been a one stop destination to celebrate all things science and tech, themed around space, robotics, healthcare, and science communication this year. We've been joined by a variety of people from a variety of fields celebrating with us for the last 1 month. We've had panel discussions, a fantastic lineup of speakers, and multiple interactive workshops and activities for kids as young as 3-year-olds to people much older. If you missed any of it, don't worry because most of it can be found at our YouTube channel, India Science Fest. Our lineup for today is equally fascinating with a wide variety of experts joining us. We will have talks about superbugs and how Africa can contain them, as well as how COVID actually infected AI models and why they failed. We also have a sneak peek into the world of science fiction writing and panel discussions on deep tech, what is the next frontier for Indian startups, as well as archiving science and bringing it to the public. Before we begin with the session, I want to let you know about the Twitter contest that we've been holding. We want you to tweet your thoughts about the talks and the sessions, tag us at Science Fest on Twitter, and we will ensure that the best tweets not only gain attention but also win exciting prizes. I would also like to point out that our events are free to attend for all. Please feel free to invite your friends to join us either in the webinar or watch us on our YouTube live link. The same YouTube channel is where you will find recordings of all of our old sessions. Before we formally begin, I am going to launch a poll on your screen to find out a little bit more about our demographics. You should have a poll on your screen now. I request you to please answer it. That's been a fantastic mix of people. A large part of our audience is college students, with a few of them being young school students and some being faculty. We also have a nice mix from professionals in life sciences and tech. There is going to be a second poll on your screen to ask about what you know about the current topic. Fantastic. It appears that there's a large part of our audience that actually don't know much about the topic but are curious to learn. And in equal measure, there are people who are familiar with this topic. On that note, let's begin. It gives me great pleasure to have with us Dr. Iruka Okeke from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. She is an esteemed microbiologist as well as a fellow of the Nigerian and African Academy of Sciences. Can you switch on your video, Professor? I welcome you to India Science Festival on behalf of Team ISF, and we are very grateful that you took out time from your busy schedule to speak to us. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Misha, for the introduction. And thank you for all the organizers of India Science Festival for having me today. I'm really excited to be here. And thanks to the audience for taking the trouble to connect. So today I'm going to talk about antibiotics, which are drugs, medicines that are used to treat infections. And antibiotics are real miracle drugs. They've been called miracle drugs. They've been called magic bullets. Just a minute. So antibiotics have been called miracle drugs. They've been called magic bullets. They have been given reasonable and unreasonable expectations. I'm not going to talk today about any of the amazing successes that antibiotics have given us. The fact that they ensure that if we get minor or major infections, that we can recover, or that we can have radical surgeries and organ transplants. These are all miracles that were enabled by antibiotics. Instead, today I'm going to talk about microorganisms that have become resistant to antibiotics. Very often, these are referred to as superbugs. And I'm going to talk about these superbugs, why we should be scared of them. And I'm talking from the perspective of a researcher who studies bacteria at the University of Ibadan, which is Nigeria's first university. I'm going to talk about why we should be scared of them and what we need to do to be able to contain them so that what is now an epidemic of antimicrobial resistance or antibiotic resistance doesn't get completely out of hand. Now, before I start, I'll take you back several decades to when I was a little girl. I had an older brother who was really taken by Marvel comics. He read them all the time, he drew them, he acted them. It was Marvel comics all the time. And I wasn't that interested in Marvel comics. However, for every single superhero, I wanted to read the first comic. And the reason why I wanted to read the first comic was I was interested in how the superheroes became superheroes. And here's an example of one of the more popular ones, of which there's now a movie, which I'm sure many of you have seen, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He becomes a superhero because he gets bitten by a radioactive spider. And this gives him powers to be able to leap and do other things that spiders can do. And then he becomes this superhuman individual. So how do bacteria become superbugs? Bacteria reproduce by dividing into two. So you have one bacterial cell, which would be one purple rod here, that reproduces by copying its genetic material and then splitting into two cells. And those two daughter cells, once they grow big enough to do so, will split again, and then you have four daughter cells and so on. Each of the daughter cells is usually identical to the parent cell. However, every now and then, during the genetic material copying process, a change occurs in the genetic material, and then the bacteria become mutants. If the mutation that the bacteria get allows them to resist an antibiotic that they would normally be sensitive to, then you have a potential superbug. Now, as scary as this may sound, those sorts of mutations are largely insignificant. They occur every now and then. As you can see, the potential superbug is outnumbered by normal bugs. And what typically happens is that after a while, that lineage dies out and we don't hear anything about it. Unless we use the antibiotic that the bacterium has mutated resistance to. If we do that, we eliminate all the normal bacteria, all the purple ones, and then the one potential superbug lives alone in a large environment with lots of resources, divides several times, and takes over the whole population. This then allows it to infect more people and cause more harm. This may sound like an unlikely science fiction thing, something that probably occurs in Spider-Man movies, but in actual fact, it's actually quite common. And here's an attempt from researchers at Harvard University to actually replicate that. Apologies for the technical hitch. We should be okay now. So if you thought that mutations and things changing to have superpowers was something that only occurred in Marvel comics or science fiction movies, think again. It occurs in real life all the time. Those of us who are microbiologists see it every day in our petri dishes. And sadly, those of us who are involved in taking care of patients also see it in the clinic. Mutations aren't the only way that bacteria can acquire resistance to antibiotics. Once a mutation has occurred, a mutant bacteria can share the resistance that it's gained with other bacteria, which don't then have to mutate. The photograph on the side of the screen that looks like bacteria holding hands is actually bacteria sharing DNA. And so that means that once resistance appears, it can spread very, very quickly. And this is something that all of us should be afraid of. But what about us? We're living things too. We can evolve, we can change our DNA. Unfortunately, we grow a lot slower than bacteria. And so we do change our DNA, we do evolve, but we do so at a much slower pace. We have an added advantage that we can use our creativity and our technological know how to create things that would help us battle bacteria. This is how antibiotics were invented in the first place. Um, However, the story isn't all that rosy. Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin in 1928. And between 1928 and 1970s, the rate at which antibiotics were discovered was phenomenal. You had new classes released every other year, and each class consisted of multiple drugs. And so there was a golden age of antibiotics, which sadly is behind us. Because after the 1970s, there wasn't enough motivation to search for antibiotics. And also, the easy to discover antibiotics had all been found. Therefore, after that, and even now, after the 2000s, antibiotics have been slow to be developed. So we are smart, we can change, there's things we can do, but we're in a Red Queen race. Okay, for those of you who are fans of Lewis Carroll, you know about the Red Queen story, where the Red Queen was running with Alice of Alice in Wonderland, and they ran and ran around, and then they found themselves in the same spot. So we're moving, but our target is moving too. And so we're going to have to be very, very clever, but also very fast in containing antimicrobial resistance. So antimicrobial resistance is up there now with nuclear proliferation, with international terrorism, and with global climate change as one of the looming global scale failures. One of the things that could really hurt humankind if we do nothing. We have a lot of ambitions for making our lives better. We have sustainable development goals that all of our countries are working towards. If antimicrobial resistance, antibiotic resistance is not stopped, it actually threatens 11 of the 17 sustainable development goals. So progress that we could achieve in other areas could be stalled by antimicrobial resistance. In Africa, we're very worried that resistant infections or infections for which we have no options to treat could increase the number of deaths due to infection. One projection suggests that by 2050, if nothing is done, over 4 million Africans could die of resistant infections. Around the world, there are also projections for increased mortality, but also for the increased cost of dealing with treating infections. If the first batch of drugs that we had to be able to treat antibiotics become useless, and then we have to use more expensive, less effective drugs in order to return people to health. So in order to overcome resistance, we're going to have to contain existing resistance and discover new drugs. And discovering new drugs is attractive, it is happening, but it's also important to know that in part because of the Red Queen race that we're running, but also because of the challenges in designing and taking new antibiotics to clinic, that we get very few successful antibiotics after a large amount of discovery, and that it takes a long time for us to get there. And one of the things we've discovered in the last few years is that even when we get there, one of the recent drugs that was approved as an antibiotic, the company went bankrupt. So the drug was not available on the market. So we have to discover new drugs and we have to figure out new ways to develop them, but we also have to work extra hard to conserve the drugs that we have. Now, containing resistance to existing drugs is hard as well. Okay, it's hard because if you remember, one of the things that turns an ordinary bacteria mutant into a superbug is using antibiotics. And we do need to use antibiotics to treat infections. Infections are deadly, antibiotics are safe. And so we are going to have to use them. Okay, the other thing is that actually detecting infections and finding out which antibiotic is needed for which patient so that we use antibiotics only at the minimum level that we have to is also a bit challenging to do. So over the years, what we've done with antibiotics, and this is a bit of a sacrilege, is that we've used them as a stopgap method, a support system for all the other bad things that we do in healthcare. Okay, so if we improve hygiene, if we're careful about how we take care of patients, and if we do other things, we can potentially conserve antibiotics. But what we've done instead is to use antibiotics instead of doing those things. And when I suggest to people sometimes that in many cases we don't need the antibiotics that they use, they remind me that antibiotics are a miracle. Lots of people died before antibiotics were invented, which is true. But we have forgotten that there's a lot of control that we can do without antibiotics. If we look back in history, and that's what this Adinkra symbol from Ghana actually means, if we look at New York City, you may not have known this, but New York City was a hotbed for cholera in the 1800s. Okay, the focus of the burden of cholera now obviously has shifted from North America, but in those days, cholera was a huge problem. In the 1800s, every now and then there was a large cholera outbreak that accounted for most of the deaths in New York City in that year. The last of these huge outbreaks was in 1892. And I'll just remind you that Alexander Fleming discovered the first antibiotic, penicillin, in 1928. That is almost half a decade after cholera was removed from New York City. If we look at what interventions were used that may be associated with the disappearance of cholera, they include chlorination of water, milk stations for babies, pasteurization of milk. So there are things that we can do to prevent the spread of infectious disease, and this will help us to only use antibiotics when they're needed. I'm not going to go through the whole list of things that can be done to contain antibiotics, but I do want you to realize that the list is very long. Also, we don't have the luxury of taking just one thing off the list and doing it. We're going to have to use a multi-pronged approach to be able to contain resistance. And this approach also requires many, many players. Containing antibiotic resistance is not just the job of health workers or people who work in hospitals. It's something that all of us in our communities are going to have to do. What can you do? One of the things you can do is to prevent infections, wash your hands, observe good hygiene, eat a balanced diet, do all the things that you know that can keep you fit. And then if you don't get sick, we won't have to use as many antibiotics. And then if you do get sick, we'll have antibiotics available that you can use. When you're ill, don't just decide to use antibiotics without a prescription. This is possible in countries where prescription laws either don't exist or aren't enforced. And this is actually the situation in many African countries, as well as in much of India. So even if you have the choice of buying antibiotics over the counter and using them without prescription, it's strongly recommended that you don't do so, but instead seek health advice so that you're less likely to use an antibiotic when you don't need one. And if you do see a health practitioner, don't pressurize your doctor to prescribe you antibiotics just in case. If your doctor wants you to be tested and says this might take a couple of days, accept to be tested, because these are all things that can help us conserve antibiotics. And then if you must have antibiotics, take them as recommended, complete your course, and don't share your medicines with other people. And tell other people that antibiotic resistance is a crisis, just like global climate change, and that we all need to be engaged in combating it. Now, antimicrobial resistance is one of those um, um, global failures that is referred to as a tragedy of the commons. It's a common use problem where many of us have done bad things, and this affects all of us, including those who didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so other examples include deforestation, overfishing, greenhouse gases, and so on, and even emerging infectious diseases. With the way COVID is spreading right now is actually a tragedy of the commons. And so if you read the economics or population growth paper that initially described the tragedy of the commons, what it focused on was how to deal with this type of problem. And Hardin, who wrote this paper, he said the very first thing that you've got to do is to achieve a level of recognition. That is to say that the people who are affected by this tragedy need to know that the commons is dying. So it's really important for all of us to know that antimicrobial resistance is a problem and how big the problem is. And we need to know how big the problem is very locally. And until recently, this was the greatest fear that we had in African countries. We had a situation where antimicrobial resistance for us was really what Donald Rumsfeld used to refer to as an unknown unknown. It's a problem. We've heard about it worldwide, but we don't know how much it affects us. And if you don't, first of all, solve that problem, it becomes very difficult to rouse people to do things, to let people to accept not to take a drug when that drug may not be useful to them, but it just might. So if we want to really reduce the number of individuals who take antibiotics to just those who need them, and also make antibiotics available to those who need them but don't have them, we are going to need to achieve this recognition of necessity. In 2014, when the WHO went out there to find where are there data that can support health policy makers who are making policy on antimicrobial resistance, what they found is that in some countries there was very little data. This is not a map of who has more resistance. This is a map of who has more data. And what you can see is that in African countries, most of the countries are white, which means that there's little or no data in those countries. And the WHO stepped forward, challenged countries to set up surveillance systems locally that would feed into a global surveillance system so that everybody would know, have some sense worldwide of what the problem of antimicrobial resistance was. In addition to knowing where the resistant organisms are, we also need to understand resistance mechanisms so that we can understand how to battle them. And again, you see a situation where you have maps of the world, global studies, if you like, that have little or no data from Africa. And so it's really important for us in African countries to be able to have good and robust surveillance systems. Now, how do you get surveillance systems for antimicrobial resistance? The first thing you need to know is when a patient is ill, what's wrong with them, which bacterium do they have, and is that bacterium resistant or sensitive to the antibiotic options? Okay, without diagnosis, there's no rational treatment. So you can't use antibiotics rationally if you don't have good laboratory systems to tell you which bacteria are resistant. This was actually something that was said way before we even knew what bacteria were. It was said by René Laennec, who invented the stethoscope. It applies through all of medicine, but it certainly applies for antimicrobial resistance. Now, to find out if bacteria are resistant, we don't use a stethoscope. What we do is we, in the lab, put the bacteria in a petri dish. You can see a petri dish here. And then we put the antibiotic on discs, and then we look at the disc. And if there's a hole around the disc so the bacteria can't grow, just like the large petri dish that I hope you saw in the YouTube video, then you know that the antibiotic is sensitive. You know that the bacteria are sensitive. If, however, the organisms are growing around the antibiotic disc, then they are resistant. And then you know that you can't use this drug to treat the patient that is infected by the bacteria that are on this plate. That's an excellent test. It's really easy to do if you have a basic bacteriology lab. Unfortunately, it takes some time. It takes about 2 to 3 days to be able to return the result. And this is a global challenge because, of course, when you're ill, you don't want to be sitting around 2 to 3 days to know what the specific bacterium is and how to treat it. However, if this is done routinely, that means that patients who don't have severe infections, who can wait those 3 days, can get the appropriate treatment for their infection. It also means that the patients who have very severe infections, where the doctor must guess what the appropriate treatment is, that the doctor can make an informed guess because he knows from testing of previous patients which antibiotics are likely to work and which ones are not. Without this kind of testing, your most skilled doctor becomes a blind person leading the blind. And so it's really important to have this information, first of all, for health professionals to be able to select drugs rationally, but also, secondly, so that nationwide and worldwide, we can know which bacteria are resistant to which antibiotics. Now, the importance of labs in infectious diseases has been known for a very long time. And if you look at countries where they have very old surveillance systems for infectious diseases, labs have typically been prioritized. Okay, this is a book on polio written by David Olshinsky, fantastic book if you're somebody who likes reading medical history, that talks about the history of polio and the building of field hospitals, temporary hospitals to deal with polio. You note that all of those in those temporary hospitals, things that were deemed to be essential were kitchen, laundry, lab. So this was in the 1940s, okay? By contrast, in countries like Nigeria and other countries like in Africa, when Western medicine first came through the colonialists, it was brought by explorers in portable luggage. Drugs were brought, laboratories were not. And even when hospitals were planned, they were planned on a template where the things that were prioritized were things like dispensaries for handing out drugs, 4-bed maternity home, child welfare clinics, all important things, but no laboratory. And so, not having laboratories at the center of our health systems has essentially allowed us to lag in terms of surveillance. Now, I don't want you to leave this science fest thinking that there are no labs in Africa. We have plenty of them. We have good labs. This is a lab at the University College Hospital at the university where I work. It's an excellent lab. But you need thousands of labs to cover a country. And this is a map of the labs that were accredited in African countries in 2017. And as you can see, some countries had no accredited lab, and many countries, my own, had only 3. And Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. So we have to do a lot of work to build a lot more labs like this, so that we can generate the amount of data that we need to use. We need to use antibiotics rationally. This will take time. It is possible. It will take time. It will take resources. A lot of this is occurring now. But we also have to think, and here are the words of Kwame Nkrumah, a Ghanaian statesman, who said we also have to think about ways to do this faster and smarter. Are there things that we can leapfrog? Okay, in Nigeria, we never ever built a really good telecommunications network that allowed us to make phone calls on landlines. But we've leapfrogged that now. Nobody has a land phone. My daughter doesn't know what they look like. Everybody has a mobile and it works. So what is a mobile phone revolution that we need to do good surveillance for antimicrobial resistance? It well might be genomics. It well might be looking at DNA, because now there are faster mechanisms of looking at DNA and telling if a bacterium is resistant. And the cost of these technologies is falling, and also their robustness is increasing, so that we might be able to even have them in rural labs. This is what I would like to see. This is what I think we should aspire to. So I'm going to stop here. I hope I've impressed upon you that antimicrobial resistance is a big problem. I hope I've shown you that looking for resistance is important, and that not enough of it is happening in African countries right now, but we are actually ramping up and we're thinking of innovative ways to do so. I know also from discussions with colleagues in India, where there are better lab facilities, but where more diagnostic testing is needed to contain antimicrobial resistance. I know also that a surveillance revolution is occurring there as well. And I encourage you, those of you who are in India, to ask in your clinics and ask your scientist friends about what is changing, what has changed in the last 2 decades to battle antimicrobial resistance. I'd really like to stop now, because I think we have about 15 minutes before the next talk where you can ask questions, and I'd like to hear the questions, and if possible, respond to them. Thank you for your attention, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's been a very interesting talk, and it's indeed a very sobering thought that something as seemingly innocuous as antimicrobial resistance could play such a large role in the global world, going so far as to threaten the sustainable development goals. Uh, we've had a lot of questions come in from different social media channels as well as on these webinars, and let's see how many of them we can go through. One of the perhaps more obvious questions that has come in is, in countries where bacterial diseases are still prevalent, are there any medical tools that can replace antibiotics?
It's a really good question. Not only are there tools, but we need to work harder to actually develop these tools and get them into the clinic, because they will help us conserve antibiotics. So one of the examples of things that are being used to develop to develop alternates to antibiotics is bacteriophage. And what bacteriophage are? Bacteriophage are viruses that infect bacteria. So think about it. If you have a bacterial infection, instead of treating with an antibiotic, you could treat the person with a virus that would then make the bacterium sick, and then the bacterium will die. So that is one approach that is actually being developed, and it has been used to treat resistant infections around the world. You may have heard some popular examples in the US. Another approach is to say, well, let's not actually kill the bacterium. Let's instead stop the bacterium from being able to harm the patient. So if you had a resistant salmonella infection, If the salmonella were just there and not hurting you, then you'd be okay. And in fact, your immune system would mop them up. So there are also approaches. We do a bit of research on this in my lab too, understanding what it is about the infection that is actually damaging, and then finding ways to block that without directly killing the bacterium. And this exerts less selective pressure for resistance. So these are just two of the options that are being used or being used or being developed rather as alternates to antibiotics. But there's certainly more of them.
That's comforting to know that there are other approaches that one can take. And it's also nice to know that active research is happening on them. Uh, some of our audience members also want to know that are there ways to prevent these mutations that lead to antibiotic resistance, or is it a natural process that is going to happen?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Unfortunately, mutation is a thing of nature. Okay, all of us who are alive, when our DNA is copied, there's an occasional error, and that error leads to a mutation. There are ways to speed mutations up, and there are scientists who are studying other ways to slow mutation rates down. But I think we should expect mutations always to happen. Okay, there's a lot of discourse now about COVID variants. This is mutation happening naturally. However, if you can find mutations right after they happen, you can take out that mutant before it does any damage. And that's also something that researchers are working on.
I see. Okay. There was one thing that you mentioned in your talk about antimicrobial resistance being the problem of commons. And like a lot of the other problems that you mentioned, like climate change, this is also something that needs to be tackled at a governmental and large organizational level as well as individuals. So some of our audience members would like to know that what are the large scale measures that you can suggest for taking this mission forward, and how receptive have governments and large organizations been to them in your experience?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So when I first entered this field, it was long ago, but not that long ago, antibiotic resistance was a scientific question that was really only addressed by scientists and doctors. It wasn't in the public discourse. However, in the last 2 decades, the problem has become so bad that it's now a top political priority. So, in the last 5 years, you had international organizations coming together and having meetings solely on antimicrobial resistance. And in 2017, the World Health Assembly mandated compulsory all countries write a national action plan for how you're going to deal with antimicrobial resistance. And so some countries are a bit behind that deadline, but every country is expected to be working on that. And so this is a countrywide thing. And I'm really pleased to be able to tell you that many countries in Africa, including Nigeria, stepped up to that call. Nigeria's plan was ready in 2017. So there is a lot of activity going on. However, I would say that in terms of what we need to do and where we need to get, we're moving a little bit too slowly, in part because there aren't enough resources. And so definitely more needs to be done. More leaders, philanthropists, and so on need to be engaged so that we can move forward in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Really good question. In the third week in November, there's World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, and it's a really good time to find out what's going on in your country. But don't wait until November. Start asking now.
Thank you for not only pointing out details about large scale action, but also places where our audience can find out more about it. One more approach that you talked about is setting up surveillance for microbial diseases and setting up diagnostic labs. And one of our audience members wants to ask, how far are we from detecting these resistant microbial strains in the clinic itself, so that the use of antibiotics can be nipped right at the diagnostic level?
Yeah, so again, a really good question. So every clinic is supposed to have a lab of some sort. Okay, and the fact that you have clinics that have no testing resources whatsoever, that was just a huge mistake. So some of that is being rectified now. The other thing that's being done is that tests that can be used at the point of care by people who even aren't lab scientists, who are nurses and community health workers, are being developed. So these are tests like if you've seen a home pregnancy kit. These are
Mm-hmm.
tests that you can use if you have never learned to use a pipette, for example, and be able to get a result. Now, there are now, as far as I know, no current point of care tests for bacterial antimicrobial resistance that are available in clinics today, but there's several in development that should
Okay.
become available in the next few years. And we're really hoping that clinics that don't have, a very big lab or something will actually use them.
Okay. And, as the world is still grappling with a pandemic, testing has become center for public consciousness. And a large part of it, at least in the Western nations, is focusing on home testing. Do you think that is something that will perhaps lead to better testings and point of cares in terms of antimicrobial resistance also?
Yeah, I think there's a debate about that. Um, I am a person who believes that information is always valuable. And I think in places, certainly in places like Nigeria, where consumers are already procuring antibiotics into their own hands, I think people who are buying antibiotics over the counter deserve to be able to buy testing over the counter, and then they'd make more informed decisions. And
Yeah.
so, if the right kinds of tests were available, I'd actually like to see them deployed in those sorts of situations. Even if it was a test that would tell you that, oops, your infection is so bad that you need to go to a hospital right now, I think
Hmm.
that is something that would really help in containing antimicrobial resistance.
And do you see this happening anytime soon, or maybe on a time scale that you think is not too slow?
It's difficult to say because I think what we're trying to see now is to see point of care tests get into clinics that don't have labs. I think that's one step further, not in terms of the technology of producing the test, but in
Hmm.
terms of the policy and the public health discourse about whether it's safe for somebody who has an infectious disease and could spread it to stay in their
Hmm.
house and take a decision about how to manage it. So it's more than just having the test available. There's some ethical questions that we have to grapple with. But I think we should start working with those questions now so that when the technologies are available, we can decide how to deploy them.
Okay. Another question that's come up in the chat box is that the so-called modern medicine that has led to this problem, can this be countered with indigenous sort of traditional, what's like what we call home brews for these bacterial diseases? Is that a approach that we should be going towards?
Yeah, I'd like to see both, if you won't call them counters, I'd like to see them work more together. We know that, for example, herbals that are used to treat infections ethnomedically and have been used for hundreds of years, we know that many of these herbal preparations contain active antimicrobial drugs. Many plants have got antimicrobial drugs in them. I mean, take quinine, for example. It's an antimalarial that came from the bark of a tree. There are tree barks that contain antibacterials. Some of them we know, and some of them we don't know. And so I think it's really important for us to understand more what is working in the herbals. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to stop using the herbals or disambugate them. But if we become more educated about how they're working, we might be able to figure out how to use them better, when to use them, what risks for resistance they may pose. So I think this should be an active area of research, and I know that a lot of individuals are actually working on this.
Based on the way you've been talking to us, it is evident that you're an expert in your field, and not only that, you're also very passionate about your research. Some of our audience members would like to know what inspired you to take up research in this field, and according to you, what are some of the contemporary challenges that biological researchers face in Nigeria and Africa?
Yeah, when I went to university, I actually didn't know I was going to be a researcher. I actually went to pharmacy school. I thought I was going to be a pharmacist. I actually still like pharmacy. I teach in a pharmacy school. But I just discovered that the place I was enjoying myself was the lab. And I thought I wanted to spend the rest of my career investigating bacteria. I just thought they were so pretty, they did interesting things, and I wanted the freedom to be able to study that. And so, because I was interested in that, I realized that I'd rather have a career doing that than working as a pharmacist involved in dispensing, compounding, manufacture, and so on. So that now made me, after I got my pharmacy degree, go back to school to do a master's and then a PhD and then a postdoctoral fellowship to be able to learn more about molecular biology, the molecules that make up the bacteria and how they work, more about genetics, how resistance genes, for example, are inherited and how they're passed along. So, in terms of challenges of building a career like that and working in Nigeria, I think there are not a huge number of schools in Nigeria. There's certainly more applicants than there are schools. So it is challenging to get in. It's challenging to find funding while you're a student. If you go to the US, PhD students often have stipends. Many Nigerian students don't. I was fortunate to be able to be an assistant lecturer while I was in university, so that helped. And also getting resources to do the research once you're qualified. Because if you do choose a career in research, then progression in your career depends on your being able to actually do research, not just teach. And so being able to buy the consumables, get the equipment serviced and so on is a bit of a challenge in a low income country, but it's certainly doable. I do it, my colleagues do it. It's hard work, but if you really love it, it's something that you can do and it's something that you should definitely get engaged in because we need more scientists. It's really important.
And on that note, I have one last question for you. What role do you think platforms like the India Science Festival play in bringing credible science to the general public?
I think it's really important for people who don't know something about aspects of science to be able to learn it without having to go through doing a master's, doing a PhD, and postdoc, and all of that. Some of us are going to be working in other sectors, and yet we want to intelligently understand what's going on in the news about science. I've had lots of people calling me and asking, what do all these COVID variants actually mean? This is something that everybody in the street needs to understand. And if you have a basic background in molecular biology, it's pretty easy to follow what's going on. But if you don't, then it's really helpful to come to an event like this, learn the key things that you need to know to be able to understand the newspaper reports, and then be able to have discussions and take decisions in your general life. So I think programs like this that actually enable people to do this without necessarily knowing a scientist personally, I think are really, really important. And as much as scientists actually are finding it difficult, particularly in a place like Nigeria where there are not enough scientists, we do find it difficult to find the time to do this kind of thing. But doing it on a platform like this means I can speak to many people at once, as opposed to one person, one at a time, which takes longer. So I really want to thank you for the entire month of science. It's really fabulous that you're doing this, and I hope that we can have something like this in Nigeria soon.
Thank you so much for also coming and speaking to us and illuminating such problems that perhaps a lot of our audience hasn't seen or heard about before. And thank you so much for taking time out to speak to us about important issues. That is our time for this session. And details about the speaker's work and her social media Twitter handles have been put in the chat. So feel free to check those out if you have more details to read about and find out from her. Thank you, Dr. Okeke, for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye-bye. A large part of the India Science Festival has focused on science communication, and perhaps one of the most loved parts of it has been our science fiction writing. We've held a unique, one of a kind science fiction writing competition during the festival, as well as interactive science storytelling sessions with resource people. On popular demand, we now have a panel that tries to give us a sneak peek into the minds of fiction writers as well as readers and enthusiasts. For this panel, we have with us Mr. Varun Aggarwal, who is the founder of of the India Science Festival, as well as an author of the science fiction book The Bird Farm. We have with us Trent McConaghy, who's the founder of Ocean Protocol and an avid researcher in AI and blockchain. We have with us Dilip Thosar, who's been a finalist for our science fiction competition, a science fiction enthusiast, and a loyal attendee for multiple events at ISMO 2021. And Manasi Patil, who's a 14-year-old science fiction enthusiast. The session's moderated by Aswathi Pacha from The Hindu. I request all of our panelists to please switch on their videos. On behalf of the team of India Science Fest, thank you so much for taking time out and speaking to us. And over to you, Aswathi.
Hi and welcome all of you to the session. Uh, okay, so I'll start with asking Dr. Varun. Can we just have a quick brief about your book and what inspired you to write Bird Farm?
Thanks, Aswathi, for conducting this panel, and thanks for all the other panelists to join us. So, The Bird Farm, as for the people who have read it, it's a book about, it's a multi-layered book, but at one level, it looks at the impact of technology in this age, right? And I think it started with, so the book basically focuses on internet and AI and how it's changing our society, but there are also deeper narratives in the book. And for me, when we were going to the university, which was in the beginnings of 2000, there was this whole excitement about the internet and how it would flatten the world and bring all these opportunities to everyone and make the world more democratic and so on. And a few years back, the picture of the world which kind of started coming out looked quite different, from what we had first imagined with the advent of internet. And by that time, there were disruptions in AI and so on. At the same time, I was reading some works by Thomas Piketty on the rising inequality in the world and so on, which of course is challenged by some people and not. So in my own personal experience, it was almost like over these 10, 15 years, a feeling of a betrayal that we started with some promise, but the new world which got painted out for all of us looks very, very different. And probably it's not the best world for all of us, for everyone, So some people are succeeding a lot and some people are not, but it is kind of delivering a different promise to everyone. So for me, the book was an outcome of disillusionment and trying to think about what we can do differently. And I've been always a fan of Animal Farm. So the inspiration suddenly came to my mind that it almost sounded like Animal Farm reliving itself after all these years, right? Probably at that time also there was all this excitement with Karl Marx and the socialism theory and so on. And then how it really panned out was very, very different. But why this happens again and again in this pattern is, in itself, a deeper narrative which the book also tries to explore.
Okay, thank you, Varun. I want to ask Trent that now that you're doing research in AI, how do you see science fiction and science merging, or is there a line in between? How do you think works of fiction, be it a book or a movie, how do they help connect or how do they help bring out science better to the people, or are they doing harm?
Yeah, so thank you, by the way, for having me. It's really a pleasure and a great question. Overall, I see that it's a really positive effect from science fiction to the world of work and research, and vice versa. There's probably negatives here and there, but mostly positive. So science fiction actually has a long history going back to the days of Jules Verne and whatnot that has inspired scientists and engineers to build things, right? So, sometimes you have a really great scientist or engineer, but maybe they're always looking for inspiration. So what better place to get inspiration than sci-fi, right? And vice versa too, right? Some, science fiction writers take advantage of knowledge about the technologies of the day, but also science that tells what might be possible in the future. And sometimes things come out of the blue, right? There's basically no sci-fi about blockchain before because it kind of came out of the blue in 2010 with Bitcoin. There's a few things that kind of anticipated it, but not a lot. But now, there's starting to be sci-fi that leverages ideas from blockchain, for example, right? So there is kind of a back and forth where they inspire each other, they teach each other. But then also, if you look at science and engineering, there is a very strong ethical grounding, right? I'm a Canadian engineer. We get an iron ring when we graduate to remind us about basically the responsibilities that we have as engineers building things. And so, there's the ethical side here, and a lot of the best science fiction also has a moral message, an ethical message, including the bird farm from Varun, right? I think that's really wonderful. So, when you're building something, when you're researching something, you can get inspiration back and forth too. So once again, it's tools for each other and beneficial that way, right? I know myself too. I do use science fiction as inspiration, and I do hope that I can inspire people when they write science fiction. And there's certainly an interplay between the work that I'm doing and what Varun is doing back and forth that way. And interestingly, there's a spectrum in between too. I write speculative nonfiction essays that are very sci-fi in their tone, but they're actually based on the technology that's possible. So yeah, there's a lot of back and forth, and I think it's a really important dialogue to imagine the future that we want and then build it, right? Rather than just sort of, people falling back on Terminator scenarios and that's it, right? I think we can do better than that. And science fiction is really the place to, outline the scenarios for we engineers to build. Thank you.
Yeah, now that you said you also take inspiration from sci-fi and vice versa, what about the question of creatives' license? Like, how much can they exploit when they are making a sci-fi movie or a sci-fi book? Like, always when we have the reviews of sci-fi movies or books, there's always a physicist or a biologist jump in saying, no, this is not possible. What are you saying? Have you even read 10th biology? What are you saying? So where do you see that? And how do you take when a person writes something utterly wrong about your subject? How do you deal with it?
Right. So I think overall, from the world of sort of communications and marketing, all publicity is good publicity, right? Whether good or bad. So it's useful to raise awareness, to have a conversation about it, right? Terminator out there is better than nothing at all, right? Because then at least people talk about AI, right? And there's better things since, right? A story there actually is Ben Goertzel, a friend of mine, he co-created Sophia, the robot. And part of the motivation for them to create Sophia was so that there would be lots and lots of media and images about Sophia, the robot. And now, if you search for the word AI 10 years ago, you would have only got pictures of Terminator robots. But now if you search for it, Google image search, you see tons and tons of pictures of Sophia, the robot, right? So, things change over time as well, especially if sometimes there's intentional choices by scientists and engineers to help shift the perception. But even if it's fully negative, to me, that's completely okay, because at least there's conversations. As long as, you make sure that what you don't want to have happen is that laws are passed that prevent people from exploring positive benefits for society, right? There could have been regulations coming, say, 15 years ago, after someone watched Terminator 2 or something saying, or 25 years ago, saying, we better stop AI before Terminator comes. But then we wouldn't have got any of the benefits that society is getting from AI now, right? So I think overall, go full on creative license, right? Like, there's not copyright infringement if you use an idea from the real world for sci-fi, or vice versa, because they're completely different mediums, right? So that's great. Go nuts, explore, push the limits. But as I think as technologists, whether it's scientists or engineer, as well as sci-fi authors, most of there tends to be a bias towards taking on responsibility, such that the broader world does better understand. And I think it's also useful to understand that the world of media does want quick sound bites, does want captivating images, etc. So give them those sound bites, give them those captivating images, right? Give them more Sophias. And of course, Sophia AI people will be like, oh, that's just a puppet. It doesn't matter, right? Ben Goertzel is a world-class AI engineer, and he built a puppet. Why? Because he understood media, right? So same thing with like the bird farm too, right? Like Varun is a world-class engineer. He wrote a novel. He could have built a lot of the stuff to fix it, and he is going that way, I'm sure. But he chose to write a novel because it's a way to get the word out and to inspire younger generations. And there's others doing this too, right? Cory Doctorow is another person who uses science fiction as a tool in his overall arsenal, right? And he's, at his heart, he's an activist, right? But he's using science fiction as a big tool to help shift the world for the better. And he writes books, science fiction books for, teenagers to basically help raise an army to help change the world, so that we can have, personal sovereignty going forward and the freedoms that we want for in this digital frontier. So I'll stop there, but I think, full on with the licenses and, just taking into account ethical responsibilities about the future.
As an engineer, Trent, do you want to ask author Varun a question?
Let's see here. Well, I guess, we have our own dialogue back and forth anyway, quite often, right? But I guess maybe a question, from the perspective of the bird farm and beyond then. So the bird farm is out. and it's there, and people are reading it and getting inspired. What is it that you hope? What would be your ideal outcome after someone reads this, or after 10,000 people read this? What would your ideal outcome be? 2 years from now or 10 years from now, in terms of an effect that this would have had on your readers?
Yeah, that's a tough one, Trent. But I think for me, and I try to do that in the epilogue in the book, on trying to say that all what is going on with technology in the world right now, and internet and AI, what is the right way? I think in one of the narratives in the book is that when technology comes, we all start thinking technology is the solution. Technology is not the solution. How we use technology in our lives, and the policy around it, and how each one of us experiences it and modifies it, right, is what makes or breaks things, right? So there's this hype which gets created with technology, and we suddenly think that it will bring a huge amount of fruits for the society. And what we need to basically, the ideal outcome would be that people start seeing themselves as the one who makes or breaks the technology. As an individual and as a society, we make or break the new technology which comes out. And I think that's the important piece. Technology is not the revolution. How humans use it is the revolution. And then the book tries to say some things. Like, one idea which I have thought about quite a bit is that we need to have very detailed problem understanding, which all of us, humanity faces at multiple levels, and then applying technology in context of that problem, which is many a times missing. People just applying technology or using technology where they don't understand that what is the actual problem they're trying to solve, and how technology would solve that problem. So that understanding is very important. So I think the impact of the book, I would say, is that and the other thing which I wanted to say, so there's all these books, Trent, and I'm sure you've read a lot of them, which talk about dystopia in the future. I think one of the things which I tries to say in the book is that we are already living in a dystopia. It's not in the future, maybe, and one of the parts of the dystopia is that uh, we do not know where we are living in that dystopia. So I think the idea, the impact of the book would be that people get some understanding of how the forces are working in the 21st century, and how technology is shaping and reshaping it, and how we can do things to improve the situation. But I think at the end of the day, the author finally writes the book for himself, and you really don't know. I think the book finally, I would like to see how the book gets a life of its own and how people interpret it, because I think it is open. I mean, the few people who have interacted back with me, everyone comes up with their interpretation of what they thought the book was trying to say. And I think that's what I enjoy. I think it's a multi-layered book, and people can take different messages for it. So I love to see what kind of life it takes on in years to come.
Manasi, just a small question to you. You're the youngest in the panel, and after reading the book, do you have a feeling that we are heading to a dystopian era, or how is technology and AI in your life now? Like, I know classes are going on via web, so how is
Right,
AI
yeah.
and how is social media and all these stuff affecting you now? And after reading the book, do you have a doubt about the future?
Well, nobody can predict what the future will bring, but by, like, for example, offering new tools for entrepreneurs. For example, artificial intelligence may create new lines for business that we can't imagine now. And artificial intelligence. I think its future will be created by us, and it will influence our actions and the choices we make today. Now, in the online classes, in the time of Corona, technology is helping us, and we are progressing further. But the question is, how long will this actually last? Because artificial intelligence has the potential to oversmart, like, to go forward than us, and we have no surefire way of predicting how it will behave in the near future. And we can't use past technological developments as a basis for this, because we haven't come up with such artificial intelligence in the history. So the best example of what we could face maybe our own evolution, and people now control the planet, And it's not because we are the strongest, fastest, or the biggest. It is because we are the smartest. But if this artificial intelligence and technology takes us over, will we be able to control this planet, or will the control remain in our hands, frankly? So I must say, is becoming an increasing threat in our life. And there's this fear, what if it outsmarts us? Like, for example, recently there was this news that on a chatting website, there was this robot communicating with people instead of people communicating with people. And this was discovered like almost after 2 to 3 days. So like, how hazardous this is. And if we don't bear this in mind, I think artificial intelligence may harm us in more way than we can even imagine. So I think we should look on both the sides of the advantages and disadvantages while using it. And as sir has described in his book, we should consider both the sides, and then decide what we should use technology for.
Okay. Is Dilip there? Oh, Trent, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, so I fully agree with you with the comment, and maybe to riff on that too. I think, I mentioned about how as technologists, we like to, a lot of technologists, including myself, take responsibility. So I use sci-fi to books, novels to help paint, get pictures of possible futures of where we could go. And then think about what's possible and given the state of the art of technology and where I want to take it. But then I see that, because this technology is such a powerful lever, every single line of code is an ethical judgment call, if you will, then I try to bias and the people around me towards building towards the future that we think will be the most helpful, right? And aligning incentives such that we don't have extractive regimes with the likes of Facebook, right? So I totally see like your concerns and stuff, and I think they're totally valid. And I think one of the tools towards addressing that is where engineers are always giving themselves the constraint of ethical judgment calls all the time towards understanding where the future can be, right? Yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay. Dilip, just one small question to you. How do you think social media and technology has played an important role in your life? And what was the insights you got from the book? Like, were there any surprise elements, or were you like, okay, this is happening, I know this? How was the take for you?
So before I answer that question, it's a very interesting question you've asked, and let me take this opportunity to first thank, compliment, and congratulate Varun.
Sorry, I think we can't hear. I can't hear Dilip. Sorry.
Am I audible?
You're audible, but it's very feeble.
Now?
Not
Is
still.
it better now?
Not really. If you're on a phone, maybe you can bring the phone closer to your mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Am I audible now? Or can I just go off the video and...
Yeah. Just go off the video and let's take the audio. Yeah.
Hello, am I audible
now? Still, it's low, Dilip.
Okay, that's the best I can do. Bear with me.
Okay.
I'm outside enclosed space, so that's why I think the sound is creating a problem here. So, in quick, brief terms, first let me thank, compliment, and congratulate Varun. He's done a wonderful job on two fronts. One is picking up a theme or a concept like George Orwell's Animal Farm, and he has done full justice to that concept. And when he wrote this bird, it was really wonderful. It was the depiction of what is happening around. Though the epilogue was slightly disappointing for me in particular, I was thinking of not regressing back to an old style of life, but possibly he would be saying what's going to happen in the next 10 decades or something like that. I was hoping. Second, let me thank Trent for one great idea he talked of today, that of using Bitcoin. I'm sorry, not Bitcoin, but what is the technology behind that?
Blockchain?
Okay, sorry?
Blockchain, yeah.
Blockchain, yeah, thanks. So
Blockchain.
blockchain, just yesterday, no, I've just begun writing some short stories on science fiction, and only yesterday I got this idea of using blockchain, and there is half a story written already on my notepad. So let's so hope I can kind of send it to Varun and get him to talk about it with Trent and come back to me on that. I'll really appreciate if that happens. Coming back to the question you asked me, Aswathi, um, first I think this social media and the hype about the internet is good, and it is one life-changing kind of a thing for humanity as a whole. The concept of AI, automation in general, and the internet put together. But it is just yet under, as it is called, industrial revolution. And so I think the biggest industrial revolution, the biggest life changer was the invention of electricity, discovery of electricity and magnetism, and then all the devices that came across all that. And that is something that we haven't surpassed in any way, anywhere. On social media and stuff like that, I think it's just a mode of the day. Maybe 5 years or 10 years from now, we'll be not even talking of the social media. Like, Facebook was a big thing 10 years ago. Today, nobody's using Facebook. I don't know, very few people really get onto Facebook except for some special interest groups. Or everybody's on WhatsApp, and now maybe with those policy changes, maybe on Signal or something. So, so the social media, I think, is a passing thing, and okay, it is a step in the evolution, but it's nothing as fantastic as some of those landmarks, like the discovery of electricity, or maybe when the first contact happens with aliens, that would be kind of a magnitude of scale away. I don't know if that answers your question, Aswati.
Yes, I am still unsure how realistic it is. We'll meet one or we won't meet one. Let's wait and see. Okay, just let's move to questions. We have a couple of interesting questions. Any one of you can pick to answer. Okay, this I'll give it directly to Varun. No?
Yeah, Aswathi.
Yeah, Varun, this question you may take. So, how much do you think science fiction mirrors reality? A lot of Asimov's work talked about things that are now reality more than 40 years later. So, what is your take on it? Does science fiction mirror reality? Is it like predicting the future? How much of it is truth?
Yeah, so I think, Trent talked a little about this as yet, but before as well. But I think a lot of what is written in science fiction becomes true later, right? And you asked a question, Aswathi, where you said that how much creative freedom can the writer, use, and scientists will come back and say that this is not possible, right? And the interesting thing is that things. What is interesting about science fiction is that you may think that something is not possible and it may not happen exactly how it was written in the science fiction, right? But there might be a different mechanism by which it may happen, and that's what really happens all the time, right? I mean, there's this interesting example which I talk about, which is about how the first radio communication happened, right? So when the first radio communication happened, we had Marconi, who was this crazy entrepreneur who said, we'll do this transatlantic kind of transmission of radio waves. And the scientists at that point have said that is not possible because the radio waves will be going straight, line of sight. Earth is circular, so they'll go away, and you'll not be able to receive it. On the other hand, but they didn't know that the atmosphere will reflect it and it will come back. So Marconi thought that he could do it. He didn't know how he will do it, but it really happened, and he could arguably do a transatlantic communication using radio waves, right? So I think the interesting thing is that it could happen by different mechanisms, and I think that's the most interesting thing about innovation, that it happens non-linearly, right? And Trent knows that one of the recent disruptions in AI is deep learning, which is based on neural networks. I remember when I went to MIT, no one was studying neural networks, right? I mean, it was like something which everyone had ignored and rejected and so on. And then the field came back after in 2012 with Jeffrey Hinton's work. So innovation is very nonlinear, and I think science fiction. I think the purpose of science fiction for anyone and everyone is, in my mind, and I'm making this up on the fly, is one is to spark curiosity and is, spark those ideas of what might be possible. It's the science of possibility, which is science fiction, if I may. And the other is, which is looking at how science or technology interacts with society, right? And I think it's that is in itself a very interesting question, right? And as technologists and scientists, one thing which we all do is that just that quest for knowledge, that quest for building things which no thing before could have done, right? But how does that come and interact with the society, the economy? Is the scientist really responsible for it, or how much is he or she responsible for it? And let's say Trent is a responsible scientist and thinks about it, but yet would someone else, even if he thinks he shouldn't get this technology out, uh, someone else would get that technology out, right? Because it's probably at the same time, at the maturity of the field, multiple people are thinking in the same direction. So I don't think, and to Dilip's point, I don't think, and I don't even try to say that in the book, that the aim is to stop development of new science and development of new technology. That it is going to happen. In some sense, it is inevitable, the way we are and the way our society is, and I don't even see value in not letting it happen. But I think the one of the values even of the bird farm is was that there's so many technologists here in India, across the world and so on, but we to try to give them an idea of what is the bigger picture, what is happening with technology, right, and how it's impacting society. And I don't think the solution is not building technology, but the solution, as I said earlier, is to understand this larger dynamics and be able to frame solutions you to counterbalance the positives and negatives of technology. So yeah, I think that would be a little long answer to the question.
Also, Mansi, are there any questions you wanted to ask Varun?
Well, it would be great if I can know how Sir came up with this idea for the bird farm.
Yeah, so as I spoke about, as I said, and it's funny, right? I mean, the idea was almost intuitive somewhere 3-4 years down the line when things, the various things which were going around there, and like we have had a lot of discussion around like social media, and we've also talked about AI. But if you look at another piece which is often missed is that how internet is influencing businesses, and what's happening to businesses, what kinds of businesses are doing well, what kinds of businesses are not doing well. And in fact, one of the main plots in the book is around the character Mustafa's business getting sold, right? And the interesting thing, for people who have read the book is that the business, so he is in a candy business, and he gets sold to another business, which so-called has a superior candy, but no one has ever tasted that candy, right? So the underlying narrative is that it is Mustafa who has the better candy, but the person he sells it to is probably better at marketing, better at using the web, and so on. So I think the idea just it was I just was thinking about what's going on, and as I said, I saw Animal Farm reliving, and people who are science fiction enthusiasts here, I think the way it happened was that I first just wrote 6-7 lines on what will be the major ideas which will be in the book, and then from that it went into a plot where they were like these, and it's not a very complicated book, right? So I still don't know how to write complicated fiction. It's a very simple fiction, right? They're like 7-8 characters. It's a simple plot which is out there. So it was just on a piece of paper. In fact, recently I was looking at some of my old notes and I accidentally rediscovered it, and the plot looks quite a bit similar to what I had sketched. It was almost like a flow diagram on how the story will flow, and so on. So that's how it took, and it took me around 8 months to write it, write the story. That's how it happened. Right? On this, I just wanted to discuss this point with you when you're talking about technology and ethics. Do you think that what is your take on this more philosophical question, that do scientists need to just think about creating technology and creation of technology and new science is inevitable, and what's the role of ethics uh, uh, for the person who's creating science, or it's someone else's job? I mean, how does this dynamic work in your mind?
I think it's absolutely their responsibility for the scientists and the engineers. And yes, like the technology will come along, but at what rate, right? So maybe something might get developed over the span of the next 2 years, or maybe it might be over the span of the next 20 years, right? And so I think the rates of things will matter, because then you can get funding towards the things that are on average more beneficial to society, right? So I think that's the thing to understand. So it's really, really important also because it's very hard for regulators, et cetera, to come up with rules, because they aren't as deep into the technology, right? They don't understand all the nuances and stuff. Whereas when you roll out technology itself, the devil is in the details. The nuances really, really matter, right? One of my favorite examples is a friend of mine, he architected the modern DNS, which we use, for example, it converts IP addresses to domain names like 123.456.79 to Amazon.com, right? This was the modern version of this was getting rolled out in the late 90s. The US government was pressuring him and his team to have one big fat database that had, for every single domain name like Amazon.com, it would have the name of the person running it, their phone number, their address, their postal code, their social insurance number, everything. And he saw this would be a privacy nightmare. And he was having huge pressure from the White House itself to do this, because the election was coming up too. What did him and his team do? They pushed back gently. They said, it's really hard, but quietly built a separate solution that was a very thin database that mapped simply domain name to IP address, and then allowed many sort of decentralized databases on top, which are now called domain registrars, like the GoDaddies of the world. And each of those can take responsibility for all the other information, the sort of who has information, what address, et cetera. But that was because he himself cared deeply about privacy, and his team around him. And they managed to basically hold the pressure from the White House at bay while they rolled this thing out to the great benefit of society. And it's not like the DNS architecture itself is perfect, but it scaled well. It's critical infrastructure for the internet. And we avoided a privacy catastrophe, right? And this was basically like one engineer making a judgment call. And we see that time and time again, right? Different times where, some guy down the line didn't push a button that would have destroyed a lot of lives or hurt a lot of privacy, right? It does happen time and time again. And, the world can be thankful for it. So to your question, it's super, super important that engineers and scientists take the responsibility upon themselves, but of course also do engage in dialogue with, regulators and with users and with the broader world, right, as much as they can to help raise awareness and so on.
Okay. Varun, we have a question for you. So after writing this book, what impact did it have on you while writing and after it was published, like on a personal level?
Sure. So I think the impact it has on you is that I think you self-reflect a lot on the topic, right? And I think you learn a lot when you listen to people who are reading the book, right? And like what Trent was just saying, I think a book is a conversation, right? It helps you start a conversation, right? And it helps you sometimes start a more serious conversation, because when you write a book, there's this friend of mine who would do this, that if someone is debating with him and he's on the opposite side, with a counter view, you say, why don't you write a book? Because that forces the person to write his argument in a coherent, 100 or 200 page document, and then which can be again argued on. So, some of those vague arguments have to be concretized in a book. And when you're writing a book, and then it becomes open to debate, right? And that conversation kind of moves forward. So I think the best, writing a book is a very thankless job. I'll tell you that very honestly. It's a lot of effort, and I think the only thing which the author gets out of it, as I said again, is like talking to people who read the book and how they felt about the book, and starting that conversation. So I think for me, the two things would be, one, that opportunity to keep reflecting back on the topic. Otherwise, it would come to you and it would go away. Because you've written a book on it and you're talking to people, you keep reflecting back on it. But also, thinking about how will the conversation move ahead, and from here to where, right? Like when Dilip was saying that he was disappointed with the epilogue, and it was about going to the older ways. At least in my own reading of the epilogue, it is not to go back to the older ways. I don't think that is possible. It is about going further, but using technology more responsibly, and understanding, what technology can and cannot do, and what we as humans, so it's interesting, right? So there's this in the epilogue, there's one dialogue which the protagonist of the book says, which is Moshi, and I inserted that later. And that was based on feedback of some early readers, because they kept on asking me that, what is your message from the book? And what do you really want people to do? Are you saying there should not be there shouldn't be any technology, or what should we really do? And that's this 2-paragraph dialogue which you don't want to sermonize in a fiction book, but I put it in there because that question came back again and again. And I think it's about, as Trent was saying, using technology responsibly, but also I think at least in India, a lot of people who do technology, there's this charge between social sciences and technology, right? And which we need to somehow break more and more in the current era we are in. Like Trent said, non-scientists can't make a policy because they just don't understand the new science and technology. And the pace of science and technology has become so fast that it's become hard even for scientists to keep knowing the amount of new knowledge which is being generated every day. And people who are not scientists, they're like, totally left in the lurch. So I think in the future is, this charge being broken, and technology and social sciences and sciences coming way more closer than they are today. And that's one thing which I try. Another feedback I used to have got about the book is that people would say, oh, but we thought it will be a very different book. It will be a technology book, right? And it's really not a technology book. It's like kind of seeing it's a social narrative on technology, right? And I think that is the the impact of the book on me is what I'm saying right now, right? I'm just reflecting more on that topic and seeing what is the next step ahead of that.
Maybe to riff on that too. So, to riff on that sort of the idea of this conversation back and forth with society, right? And overall, it's sort of like you have a bunch of potential tools with which to help improve society, to modulate society. And, it could be writing a book in one extreme, or it could be creating technology in the other extreme, right? And there's also sort of shades of gray in between. But in creating a technology, it is also a conversation. When you put a simple web app or a web page, that's engaging with society in some way to make them think or something in some way, right? Like the example of Sophia, that was just for a conversation. Or Ocean with what we're doing too, right? It helps people to think about technology in different ways. But there's also I think there's a spectrum in between too, and I've only realized this recently. I started out my career doing a lot of very technical writing papers in IEEE journals, this sort of thing, writing a couple textbooks. But I've discovered, and that a lot of that stuff would have an audience of like 100 or maybe 1,000 readers ever, right? For very narrow technical disciplines, and it's useful for there. But I discovered that especially spending time in blockchain more, and now that AI has risen in terms of popularity, writing essays that are nonfiction, I found for myself it suits me very well. I tried it out and it suits me well, and so I write these essays that talk about sort of sci-fi sounding things that we can build to make the world better. Yet at the same time using technology of today. So it's sort of like a bridge from sort of crazy sci-fi that you might see, like things like Freedom Team or Damon, that's probably the biggest inspiration of those ones, to the actual technology, whether it's blockchain or AI or otherwise. But in between, you can write about this stuff that it's the future 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. One essay I have in mind in particular is something called Nature 2.0. And it basically has some answers to how do we address things like leveling the playing field among people for in terms of equalizing opportunity for doing stuff in general and so on. And it also has answers to like how do we pay for UBI without relying on governments. And I'm a technologist, so I have sort of a technology-oriented solution, but it also takes advantage of incentives that humans has in society. And that's just one example, right? And I see overall this is actually becoming a much bigger phenomenon within the world of blockchain. There's a lot of essays that people are starting to write like this. I don't see this in the AI world happening or others yet, but blockchain, it's happening. There's a lot of Medium essays, etc., on this. And that's sort of a tool in between. So, novels are a tool for engaging with the world. Columns, newspaper columns, blogs, all of this, and they have their different ways, and technology itself, right? But all of this is basically to have this dialogue to encourage people to build themselves and change the world, right? Like Ocean is as opinionated as they come in terms of a technology out there, right? We don't say we're here to maximize shareholder value. We say here, we're here to change the world, right? Blockchain is a lever, and we're here to change the world. That's it, right? And that's why we're doing it, right? If I wanted to make a lot of money, I would, go join a hedge fund as a quant doing AI, right? And I've said no to that many times, and I've said no to Google many times, and I've said no to Facebook many times, precisely because I don't want a people farm, right? Or bird farm or whatever, right? So, every technologist has their option and their choice. But the good thing is when you do the stuff that benefits society more generally, other people come along with you for the journey, right? And, a movement of one person turns into a movement of 5, into 500, into 5,000, and so on. And at some point along the way, you've changed the world. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, exactly. When I was watching Social Dilemma, I had this, should I uninstall my Instagram? Now, last night when I read this book, I'm like, should I get out of social media? These are questions that keep coming back to you. So we're running short of time. So just a few closing remarks. Varun, I should add that in the beginning of the book, you had mentioned it as World Wild Web. And I was thinking maybe we should take that term. It is wild, it's crazy there. Let's keep it as World Wild Web. Yeah. So, Varun, any closing statements from you? It was a pleasure. This session was really interesting.
I just, Aswathi, one question you asked me before, but you didn't ask me in the panel. Maybe I'll just answer that. Because a lot of people have asked me that question, that why did you call it, why is it a story of birds?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Which you asked me before. And I just quickly answered that one because I thought it was an interesting nugget. And the idea was that I think that we today think of ourselves as birds, which are very free, which fly around and so on. And probably when Orwell wrote his book, people were more like animals, right? They were lack of human rights. The world was still evolving. Things like what Trent is talking about, like privacy. There was probably no concept of privacy and so on. So we do think and the book kind of says this once or twice. So we are birds. We are like a superior species than animals, right? So we're in this age, our self-perception is of being superior, as every age has, to the previous age, and being much more free and free and in control of things around us. And the book kind of challenges that idea. So that's why it was the allegory of the bird, that we feel like birds, but are we really free like the bird? So I'll just end it on that.
Thanks, Varun. Thank you. Trent, do you have any closing statements?
Maybe I'll just two things. I've long loved the mantra: conceive, believe, achieve. Conceive of what it is that you want to, and then go and believe that you can do it, and then go and achieve it. Right? Do whatever it takes to achieve it. And I think Sci-Fi is really an amazing tool for helping people to conceive of the things that they want to go for, to raise the issues that society might have, as well as to paint possible pictures of the future. So it's a really critical step on the conceive part. But then, for everyone out there listening and so on, right? Believe and achieve. Let's change the world.
Okay. Mansi, all the best to you. We hope we can read more of your sci-fi stories as well.
Thank you so much.
Dilip, thanks a lot for joining in.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure, listening to Varun and Trent.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of your wonderful questions. I hope we've answered most of it. Yes, Shruti.
Thanks so much, Ashwati. I think we've taken in closing remarks from everybody, and I just want to thank everybody on the panel. As it's been a wonderful discussion to listen to. Honestly, I had a great time listening to all of your opinions. Trent, Mansi, Dilip, Ashwati, Varun, thank you so much for being a part of this session. I think we very beautifully managed to bring forth a lot of different topics that everybody's been wondering about. How does science play out in the world that we live in? What can we expect in the future? Is technology going to take over our lives? Can humans and AI live peacefully and coexist without the fear of actually, an Armageddon transformer situation taking over our lives? It's really great to hear so many different opinions, and I personally really like the fact that we had a wide age group that we could target. So from Mansi telling us about her experience right now as a 14-year-old, to everybody in the panel talking in terms of how social media affects them at this stage. I think it was really interesting. And I just want to thank you all for taking up the time to do this. Varun, again, thanks. It was really wonderful. And I'm sure a lot of our attendees have learned a lot. I just want everybody to know that we have linked the book it's available on Amazon, and we have linked the book in the chat. So those of you who are interested in looking up the book or want to order it, please refer to the chat and you'll be able to find the link. Aswathi, thank you so much for beautifully navigating through the session. It was an absolute pleasure hosting you at India Science.
Thanks a lot, Shruti. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, that was a very, very interesting session. And with that, we are going to now move on to the next session that we've planned for you, which is a very, very interesting and fascinating discussion that I'm very, very excited about. Now, India Science Festival is actively promoting the cause of science communication, and that's something that we're going to talk about. But how much do we know about making science more accessible to all? How do we make sure that everybody has access to science? And what about science that has already taken place? There's the history of science, the presence of science, and the future of science. But how do we make sure that all of it is accessible to us? How do we make it available to everybody in the public? Let's find out in our next session about making science for all. How can we archive science and make it accessible to the masses? I'd like to welcome Sara Iqbal, Ananya Dasgupta, and Venkat Srinivasan to the session here today. If you could please turn on your video. Thank you so much for joining in. It's an absolute pleasure to host all three of you at our festival here today. Before we begin the session, I'd just like to give a quick introduction for our moderator, who's Ananya Dasgupta, and she will be taking the session ahead. Ananya Dasgupta is a former archivist with the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research and is currently working as an editorial consultant at the International Center for Theoretical Sciences in Bangalore. And she has previously worked as the senior sub-editor at The Telegraph and has many years of journalistic experience. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for putting in the efforts to curate the points of discussion for the session here today. Over to you. Ananya ma'am will be taking the session forward, and we are very excited about the questions that we'll receive. We'll be taking questions from the audience in the Q&A box and relaying them to our panelists towards the end. Ananya ma'am, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Shruti. Good evening, everyone. I'm thrilled to be able to moderate this exciting session this evening. I have for a few years now moved away from science archiving, so the opportunity to be back at a discussion like this is absolutely wonderful. The other day, I was reading about a letter written by the biologists Sidney Brenner and Richard J. Roberts to Nature, where addressed to their fellow biologists, where they emphasize the importance of scientific archives for molecular biology in particular. They write, let's not wait until memories have faded and papers have discarded at the end of a career before deciding to save our heritage. What they are talking about here is perhaps not the published record, which is obviously preserved and made accessible through libraries around the world. But what they are talking about is the material that complements it, the handwritten notes, the letters, the email exchanges, and perhaps even anecdotes through oral histories. This is where the archives, the scientific archives, come in, whereby it preserves what is not published and how scientific discoveries come about. This heritage becomes invaluable to future scientists, historians, and other scholars seeking to understand the process of scientific discoveries. Now, more and more scientific institutions in India are now investing in their own archives. I was part of such an archive at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai, and I joined only after it was set up. But I have heard many stories about the resistance it faced from many scientists and how it was difficult to convince them about the importance of having such an archives at the Institute. And it was only during the centenary year of the founder, Homi Bhabha, that the importance of having such an archives was understood by many. Through our discussion today, I hope we can bring about the significance of such scientific archives in our country and the importance of conveying the excitement of new scientific discoveries, how science is done, and how a scientist thinks to the public. Among our panelists today, we have Sara Iqbal, who is the lead communications and public engagement at the Wellcome Trust, DBT India Alliance. Sara is an alumnus of the University of Oxford, where she completed her master's by research and PhD in biochemistry. Following her PhD, she took up a postdoctoral position at the Scripps Research Institute in Florida, where she worked on various drug discovery programs. Sara then joined the DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance as a public engagement officer and took over the communication and public engagement portfolio. She is passionate about making science and research accessible to all. We also have Venkat Srinivasan, who is a visiting researcher and archivist at the archives of the National Center of Biological Sciences in Bangalore. Prior to this, Venkat was a research engineer at the SLAC National Accelerator Lab, Stanford University. He's an independent science writer with work in publications like The Atlantic and Scientific American Online and The Caravan. I have heard many superlatives about the work Venkat has done at the NCBS archives. In fact, I was supposed to visit them around March last year, and then we all know what happened thereafter, but perhaps soon. Today, I thought we could begin with a basic question that many of us might have. That is, what are the goals of science archiving? And I suppose Venkat can address this first. For instance, is one of the goals to influence science policy, help learn more about the process of how science is done, and whether that can help developing science policies in our country. Venkat, can you please?
So first off, thanks so much. It was very nice and kind and generous of you, and good to see you in this format. Hi, Sarah. Good to see you again. And hi, Ananya. My instinct is to push back on the idea that the archive can do something in particular. So the answer to all the questions in a sense would be yes, it can influence science policy, but it can influence science policy in directions that are favorable and directions that are harmful, right? So the archive in its honest form is there to present material from the past and make it visible into the future. How someone uses it is not within the hands of the archive. So the same document could be used to influence policy, but it could also be used to just tell a really funny story. It could be used to, for a graphic novel. It could be used for a podcast. It could be used. It could be used as some sort of vindictive form by an individual who has noticed a document in the archive and has handed it over. And maybe there's a variety of ways in which it enters a variety of freedom of information movements. And so there's a way of accountability that the archive has. So yes, it can do it. But I think what we'd like to say at the archive here is the purpose of an archive, and this is independent of whether it's science or the arts or the politics, so it doesn't matter. At least as archivists, our feeling is that the archive should be there to enable a diversity of stories. And if the archive can do that, if the archival object can breathe, constantly live and be reimagined, then the archive has done its job. But if it is only used for one purpose, then the archive is not doing its job. I don't know if that answers. It's a wishy-washy answer to your question.
One thing, I think about what might be a goal of the archives in today's world is somehow what we see in the world today is the idea of truth is disputed. Different groups have different notions of what is true. Now, one of the great things about science is that there is this strong notion of truth. When two scientists have differing views and the dispute is often quite heated, but once there's clear evidence or a proof appears, a consensus is almost always reached. Now, and the dispute is regarded as settled. So could that be one of the goals of science archiving, that to expose people to the fact that there is a branch of human knowledge where objective evidence and truth rather than subjective opinion plays a central role?
Sure. You want me to take that, or Sarah, do you want to give it?
Anyone,
okay.
Maybe Sarah or anyone.
I'll give it a shot for a moment. So yes, in the sense that archives, at least contemporary archives, the archive at NCBS where I'm based is a place for contemporary histories of biology in the country. And so contemporary archives will lay emphasis on, evidence as the thing that you stand from. There's a letter, there is the photograph, there is a negative. And these are documents that have a way of basically crying out loud to you and saying, hey, look, I'm here, look at what I'm saying. And then you can use that to form inferences. So accountability and sort of pointing back and saying there is a certain truth in the archive. I would say at a first pass, that is correct. But of course, we all know that the archives are not only spaces for fact finding. I mean, there is, of course, in the field of science, and since this is a science festival, many archives are used for tracking, the history of specific experiments. There are numerous cases where people try and look back at record notebooks, especially if there are patent fights, people are going back to seeing whose material came first, whose material came second. That sort of conversation routinely happens by visiting an archive of some sort or a records office of some sort. However, the archive also keeps records that are broadly known as oral history records. These are audio interviews with individuals. And oral history records are a very interesting archival document in and of themselves because they are conversations, say, with, say, a famous technician, a technician who's been involved with, Ananya, you know this since you were at TIFR, with glass blowing as a craft, yes, but also as an experimental tool. And if you have a technician who's involved in this, and so they talk about their work, their process, their life, and the record is taken in the present. And so in 2020, you're talking to this technician about what they did for the last 60 years of their life. You can take some aspects of this oral history record as truth, but really the value of an oral history record, which is an archival record, is the meaning and the sense of reflection that you get from an individual. How did they perceive the past? And this playing with memory is an extraordinarily powerful tool that we shouldn't ignore. And I think that's one of the highlights of working in an archive which has oral history records, that you very often have to read between the lines. And very often the truth is in the things that are not said, right? And so that's again the task of the researcher, the student, the person who gets curious and looks at the records. And we have numerous records like this at the archive at NCBS where the truth is present in the questions that were not asked. So the archive too is at fault by not asking particular kinds of questions, right? And so what I'm trying to say is that sometimes there is the first pass of what you see, but there's also these other layers that you have to parse and figure out what do we mean by a singular truth, if there is such a thing in this space. But I'll stop for a moment.
Sarah, would you have something to say?
No, I think Venkat has beautifully articulated, I think, what archives can be used for. And really, I'm enjoying listening to both of you discuss archives. I think I never really thought about archives the way, actually in my conversations with Venkat, I've learned just the sheer value that science archives bring, and that we really don't have a lot of such repositories in the country. So it's really great what TFR is really doing.
All right, so maybe we can move on and maybe you can try to address this question about the relationship between the worlds of science and society. So not only the relationship between technologically driven science and how it impacts society, but how curiosity-driven science or fundamental research in particular is how does it benefit society, and mainly because it does not have a short-term technological application. And conversely, how does such science benefit from the general public taking interest in their work?
Yeah, no, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this discussion. And I think Science for All is a wonderful idea, an idea whose time has come, but I think we have to give some really serious thought to what kind of formal structures and processes we have in place that would enable both access and engagement with science. And I think these kind of discussions that we've been having for many years now have been quite helpful in bolstering this cause for of science communication in India. But I think we have a long way to go still. I think there is, for me, there is a fundamental problem with this statement of worlds of science and society. I think science is very much part of society in the exact same way that medicine is, in the same way that the field of law, finance, journalism, and so on. So I think the problem is that in science we operate in this self-imposed institutional quarantine, which it's not explicit, but somewhere we are given this impression that we are different and we are some sort of weirdo or a higher being with all this knowledge about the world. So we don't quite fit into society, and that might be true for some of us, but that has got nothing to do with science. So anyway, so I think that the problem lies where the problem lies is why we in science are so desperately trying to build or rebuild, I would say, this relationship with society today, is because we've created this culture in science that encourages this kind of distancing from society. Um, and and um, and in science, I think you're also expected to distance yourself from social and political debates that I think are not just critical for the sustenance of science, but it also shapes our inquiry in science. So I think what has happened as a result of this is that the non-science people probably don't appreciate scientific research as much as we would want them to. And I think that has basically led to this divide that we're seeing, I think, in between the scientific enterprise and the non-science world. So I think if we start realizing, if people in science, all of us who are in the scientific enterprise, I think we start realizing that we are part of society and that we have to operate within the frameworks of society. I think then this gap will drastically reduce. And I think we in science starts and heavily relies on the basic human traits of questioning and curiosity that we were also discussing in the earlier session, of problem solving, and it ends with fulfilling basic human needs through technology or through the solutions that science offers. So science really from start to finish is a human endeavor to begin with, and it's very much part of the social and cultural movements that we talk about. So sorry about this little kind of digression, but I think we have to really first accept that science is part of society, and then go on from there. So in terms of science, I think science's impact or scientific research, how it impacts society. I think if I take the example of the pandemic. Of course, it is an extremely unfortunate event. It continues to be, but I think it also presented a very good opportunity to science and scientists to be seen and heard. And whether it be translational science, basic science, people wanted to know how this virus works. Why is it so infectious? And so from that to now vaccines, people are curious about how long it takes to develop a vaccine. So of course, I don't have any data or evidence to be, to say about how well we've managed to use this opportunity to build public's interest in science or public support for scientific research. But I think it would be safe to say that since March 2020, science is definitely on everyone's mind now. I don't know in what shape or form, but I think a seed has been sown that science has a very important role to play in societal welfare, whether it is basic sciences or it is translational science or research that leads to some kind of innovation technology. And I think public's participation in science is equally critical. And again, we've seen that, what would be clinical trials without the participation of people? What would happen to research if we didn't have public funding to begin with? I mean, majority of research in India is funded by taxpayers' money. And what would happen if people didn't buy into the science of vaccines and didn't participate in vaccination drives? So I think public's participation in, of course, I'm giving you very simple examples here. Of course, there are much deeper, much deeper role that society plays in science. And in my interactions with people, while I've been at India Alliance, who are not from science, I've learned that they consider scientists as problem solvers. So of course, they also believe that scientists are extremely intelligent people. They know everything there is to know about the world we inhabit, which is partly true. But little do they also know that we say I don't know in science a lot more than we say I know. And in fact, that's the basis of scientific inquiry. Anyway, for us to be able to build public's interest and support for science, we need to pay attention to public's perception of science. What is that they want from scientific research? And I think that's when a dialogue with public becomes important. And it needs to become a two-way communication rather than just a one-way flow of information that we currently are doing in the country through science communication. And so I think the dialogue with public is also important to discuss the not so perfect side of science that Venkat also alluded to a little bit, that it's not always the pretty picture that we want to present, but it's also the imperfections of science and stories of science that we want to present, that it is error prone, it is constantly evolving, it doesn't have all the answers yet. And I think public, as again was being discussed in the previous session, I think people who are not part of science and technology also have a say in how it's used and how how they can use the fruits of science or the products of science. They need to have a say on the table when such decisions are made. So I think a very important lesson that the pandemic has had for us is that there needs to be a continuous engagement with public about science and public health issues. And I think for that, we need to invest in building infrastructure and capacity for science and health communication. And we need to come up with more creative and evidence-based methods and tools to discuss and debate and communicate science. And finally, I will end here. I think I have to say this because a lot of times this relationship building that we talk about between science and society is tokenistic. It appears very tokenistic. So I think I really think we need to develop a more meaningful relationship with the public. It has to be sincere, honest, transparent, and symbiotic, as we would want our other relationships to be. And so that this relationship between the worlds of science and society should really result in people who are not in science become our allies, our partners in addressing societal problems, in making sense of the world we are living in, and particularly in times like these when we're facing such a big health and economic crisis, social crisis in our times. So yeah, I will end with this.
Venkat, do you have something to add?
Well, only to thank Sarah for actually laying the groundwork, because I mean, I cannot agree with her more about what she said about this this compartmentalizing of science and society, which is quite problematic. So, and honestly, I mean, for my own personal histories, that's really why I got into the world of the archives. That I found this compartmentalizing really the issue that I was finding, at least in my own scientific research before I moved into this space. But I wanted to take a couple of examples because I'm just realizing perhaps the audience, if I'm not mistaken, Ananya, might be a majority of students. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So, undergraduate students.
Yeah, and so, I mean, one might, and so let's just assume there are a whole bunch of students here who are interested in the world of science, who are engaged in this thing called science and who have entered these words called streams that we use so often in India, right? You know, we say there's a biology stream, there's a commerce stream, there's a physics stream. And so we you know, even before we know it, we're starting to enter specializations. And then we keep going into that world. And, you know, once we enter, I mean, if some of us end up doing a PhD or whatever, we end up starting to do some research in a lab and we publish a paper, and then we go on to do a whole bunch of stuff. But this paper is really what remains, right? So, you know, your science, whether we like it or not, is largely judged by the papers that one publishes and the quality of those papers and such, right? Now, let's ask ourselves a question here about what is it that remains in your life, say 50 years from today as a student. You know, you're doing this work as a student, you're working in a lab night and day, you've published this paper, you have struggled with your co-authors, you've decided who the first author is going to be, all that kind of stuff. And you get yourself some position. And then what remains 50 years from today? Is it the paper that remains? Is it your research note? Is it the first email that you wrote? Is it a WhatsApp message that you wrote to your co-advisor saying, you know, I wonder if we should work on this problem? Is it the lab note? Is it the little ink mark that you put on the equipment to say, do not touch this, keep this at this particular temperature, because this must mess up my experiment? So I think it's useful for us to just remember that this product that we call a paper, which, you know, if you look at the history of the paper, it's quite extraordinary, because the paper itself was simply a way to communicate to your peers, right? You look at some of these papers from the early 1900s, they have 6 sentences in them, 6 or 7 sentences, just to communicate an idea, right? So before it became this thing in the science. So when we're talking about access to science, I think it's also useful to ask, you know, what are we trying to access? And what Sarah was really pointing at, which I'm really glad that she did, was, you know, the process of science, the way things happen, what gets recorded, what doesn't. Those minute details are really what enter the archive. That's really the larger iceberg. The paper that you publish is really, you know, anyone who's published, anyone who's done a little bit of science. I mean, it doesn't even matter if you've not published a paper, even if you're in, say, 12th class and you have submitted a lab notebook to your teacher. That lab notebook is really at the tip of the iceberg of all the work that you have done. And not just scientific work, there is a socio-economic environment that you're in, whether you like it or not. There are other circumstances that are going on in your life which dictate that thing. So these are all parts of your process. And that really is what is in the archive. And that's what the archive can try and do. So a science archive is very much also an archive of politics, an archive of education, an archive of law, an archive of sports, an archive of history, an archive of psychology. So once you start delving it into and start seeing these processes, you very quickly realize that these compartments, these streams are quite meaningless after a point. I mean, the very idea of a physics discipline or a chemistry discipline doesn't, in the history of the human species, doesn't go back too many years. I mean, if you start going back 400 years, there were no such streams. So if you take nothing else away from my little rant here, I would encourage people to even just read the biography of Alexander von Humboldt, which was written by Andrea Wolff a few years ago. Granted all the privileges of Humboldt, but it's just useful to just read about this, fearless exploration without being too burdened by compartments. And you start to see so many different disciplines just clashing at each other. And it's just an extraordinary story. And of course, since I'm from the world of the archives, the entire story is written from dozens of archives. The writer has just done an extraordinary job. So I just wanted to thank Sarah for bringing that up, because I think this compartmentalization is something that we would love to dismantle.
Thank you, Venkat. From what Sarah was saying, this increased engagement with public science, the science with public, perhaps entails more private patronage of science. So, do you think that makes a significant impact on scientific research?
Sorry, I don't think I quite understood your question, Ananya. So you're talking about private patronage towards scientific research?
Yes, scientific research. So, I mean, I suppose it's most prevalent in the US, for example, with the Simons Foundation or the Breakthrough Foundation, also in India through the Infosys Foundation. So this increased private patronage, does it sort of impact scientific research in some way?
I guess it makes more of it possible, I would argue. Again, I mean, my perspective is really as an archivist in this, and I have to again go back 300-400 years and realize that there was no government patronage. There was always, either privilege working out for you, or someone deciding to, fund your work. And that's largely, I mean, and I realize there's a certain sort of rose-tinted view that I have of science here, but I'm just saying that there's in any kind of patronage that goes towards curiosity, which is at the heart of science, would be fantastic. However, I think maybe one larger question is, what will happen, say, 100 years from today when we look back at today, because so much of scientific research, and Sarah can speak to this, I suppose, more than I can, so much of it really depends on collaborations between a variety of different institutions and individuals. And something that's the kind of stuff that really can't be supported by any one particular organization or something. I'm thinking, like research at an accelerator, for instance. Yeah, I'll defer to Sarah on this.
No, I think it's a really good point, Ananya, about how science is influenced by, prejudices, preferences, ideas of individuals. And I think in India, at least, the scientific research is largely funded by the government. But of course, I think in countries like the US, UK, Europe, there is a lot of contributions from private players who have, who invest in science with a certain idea of what they would want to get out of their investments and in science. But so I think that it is a point that makes scientists quite uncomfortable, that whether their research agenda will be set by these private players, or whether they'll have the freedom to set the agenda. And of course, I think setting of research agenda should not sit with only scientists or certain individuals. I think it has to be a more participatory kind of process, which obviously, in an ideal world, that's how it should probably happen, and it doesn't happen that much. But I think definitely science is, as my latest thing that I keep saying, that science is political. I think we need to accept science is political, and that that it will, the products of science will be heavily influenced by what happens upstream, downstream, and upstream. So I think we have to be, and I think the modern science has been influenced largely by certain individuals and organizations. I think there's no denying that fact. I'm no historian of science, so I don't want to really get into this particular discussion, but I think it's a really, really interesting point that you've raised, Ananya, about how science is influenced by people and certain organizations rather than being more democratic.
Right. My next question is, maybe Sarah can address it. It's, when we talk about public engagement by scientists, often scientists may have excellent scientific training, but they are not good communicators outside their own academic circles. But do you think there's an increasing awareness among scientists about science communication and public engagement?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think I joined India Alliance about 6 years back. And at that point, I think I felt like I was the only person trying to do what I was doing. And that was to gently encourage scientists to share their research and make it more accessible to the public, to a non-scientist. And I think from then to now, I think I see a paradigm change. And I think, but like I said, there's of course a lot of talk around science communication. Scientists are also realizing the importance of science communication, but it's all very patchy and it's really all over the place. So I think we need to kind of build a kind of a shared understanding of why do we want to communicate science, who do we want to communicate science to, what's the objective really of communicating science. So I think scientists are in, so we actually recently ran a survey at India Alliance. So for our grantees, we've not yet published that, but the survey was to really understand perspectives, attitudes towards public engagement with science, and how easy or difficult it is for scientists to share their science and to be in a conversation with the public. What are some of the factors that would enable them, and what are some things that really make it challenging for them to. So I think, of course, lack of training. I think we're not trained as in communication during our scientific training. So a lot of obviously researchers um, are not comfortable communicating their science in very simple terms, simple language that a non-science person can understand. And of course, we need to build more structures around in institutions for enabling science communication. But yeah, I think the landscape has changed drastically, and there is definitely more support for engagement and more interest in engaging with the public.
Thanks, Sarah. Maybe at this point we can go back a bit to archiving, the science archiving again. So archival material is sometimes very extensive, and how does an archivist make it interesting to the general public? Say perhaps through a biography of a scientist. So in this way, can science be made accessible to people by integrating life stories of scientists into the story of science? How does one incorporate the conceptual dimensions of science within such narratives?
Thanks for that. Yeah. I mean, honestly, a question that we are struggling with every day, in the sense that we, as archivists, I think, well, I should only speak for myself. As an archivist at this point, I realize that most of us have never entered an archive or even ever heard of it. So it's a space that you don't know could be valuable to you. And so first of all, you have to make it visible, and then you have to show its value. So yes, illustrating life stories of scientists would be useful. And I honestly don't know if it's still done. When I was in school, there were always these like side notes in the textbooks that gave a little bit of the history of either people or experiments or places, which honestly, that was where my attention always went rather than the main text. But again, I think the job of the archive here is really to enable a diversity of stories, by which what I mean here is the archive is not there to write the story for you. The archive is a space where there's a document sitting, there's a letter, there's a photograph, there is an audio interview, there is this 18th century image of someone fishing, whatever it might be. But that object is lifeless, right? It is lifeless till the point that the archive describes it, tells the world these are ways of seeing this object, and gets writers, gets podcasters, gets researchers, gets students into the archive and say, hey, look, this document, this object has these multiple ways of understanding and thinking. And it takes you to the precipice of a story, but it doesn't do the story itself. So the job of doing this, the story writing, the storytelling, is really in the hands of the researcher who comes to the archive. So the archive can only take you to that edge. It cannot make you drink that water. The horse eventually does have to drink the water on its own. So similarly, our job as archivists is to really incentivize that space enough for the public to say, hey, on a Saturday morning, this is my wildest dream, that on a Saturday morning when people have nothing to do, they've decided that, hey, let's go check out an archive. And I think this is not an unreasonable aspiration. If we can visit the park in Bangalore, I'm based in Bangalore, Cubbon Park, then we should be able to visit an archive and say, I wonder if the archive has something on the history of Cubbon Park. There's nothing unreasonable about this statement that I've made. These are your histories. So the life history of a scientist, for sure the archive will have material to make it visible, but I think some degree of criticality is also needed. We're not here to paint positive narratives of a scientist, because there are numerous such narratives. What we want to understand is nuance. What are the conflicts in a certain person's life, and if there are things to be done looking back at an individual, we need to do that. There was an extraordinary book published a few years ago, actually, since you brought up life stories, which was translation of Albert Einstein's diaries. I don't know if anyone remembers, this happened 3 years ago, I think, which was published by the Princeton University Press, I think. I could be wrong about this. This material was there all the time. It was just in a language that most people didn't understand. It was translated, but the reason it became famous is because it illustrated Einstein as someone who did not have very favorable views towards, this was his travel diaries from when he visited Asia. And it did not have he did not have any favorable views of, I could be wrong, of women and or of the people that he saw there. Right? And this raised this conversation. You started to see Einstein in a different light, right? And I think these kinds of narratives are very important, because otherwise we start to paint images of people in a certain way and we only look at them in that one way. Chimamanda Adichie says it very beautifully. There is the danger of the single story.
Right.
And we just need to constantly remember that every time we look at something, and we need to ask ourselves, is this the only truth? And the archive will fail if it says, yes, this is the only truth. And so our job is really to get it to the precipice for you to say, oh my goodness, this individual has too many layers and I need to figure out how to really piece these layers together.
Okay, I think we are running out of time. We have to get to the questions from the audience. But before, there's one last question, one last thing I wanted to discuss. Maybe Sarah can address this. This is about the relationship between art and science. So when I was working at the TIFR archives, we found this letter that Homi Bhabha wrote to a friend when he was about 19 years old. He writes, he who would pursue science or art must give up thoughts of wife or home, country or race, and do whatever he may, not for any small part of the race, but for man. I am driven to pursue science and art at all costs. Science shall be my wife, art my mistress. Now, he was always a very confident man. And he did sort of give space for both art and science in his life and in the institute that he built. And Sarah, I was reading an interview of yours where you said that art has been a useful tool to communicate science as well, and that scientific advances have enhanced artistic practice. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Ananya. I think I've been quite fortunate to participate in various art and science programs at India Alliance, and I've had the opportunity to really observe artistic practice from close quarters, from contemporary art to folk art, and it really made me realize that that the practice of art and science actually are more alike than they're different. And even though I'm not formally trained in any sort of arts, but I could always deep down knew that there are similarities if you when you pursue science versus when you pursue art. And I think the similarities that I saw were, of course, of imagination and inquiry, and and through that, how you discover something new, about the world, about yourself, about society, and I think, of course, the processes are different, the lexicon, everything is very different. But I think deep down somewhere they are quite connected, and they really influence, I think, human experience in a very profound way, both art and science. So I think it is, but I think if to respond to your question about art, using art for science communication, communicating science, I think the advantage of art is that it evokes emotion and it makes people feel, think, and act, versus a scientific paper that Venkat talked about, which is extremely boring and devoid of any emotions, the ones that we read today, anyway. And so I think the science, the way it is communicated today in journals, will not evoke any kind of emotion in anyone other than the authors, and only when they are, they receive acceptance letters from the journal. But I think when we combine scientific concepts or ideas with art, I think we're able to kind of connect with people. We're able to interpret science in a very different way, in a way that people might be able to connect better with, versus the graphs and the images, and or just the written word in which we present science. So I think art in my practice, for example, we did a project in Chandigarh with young, with art students, and we wanted to talk about nutrition and diet, but we really had to start from the farming, from the farmer, and then reach the plate, and that entire process of what goes on, and the social factors, the economic factors, due to which you get what you get to eat in the end. We had to really go through that entire process, and the artist spoke to scientists to understand the science and the technicalities. But in the end, what they how they expressed this theme of nutrition, of food and farming, was just so powerful, and something that really made people who came to see their artwork uh, stand there for hours and talk to them about, and try to understand how our eating habits are really impacting our health. So I think this art can be a conversation starter. It's not very intimidating. It's a friendly way to kind of communicate difficult, complex messages and ideas, I think.
Venkat?
I'm so pleased by this question, because it's a question that I guess, Sarah, we should talk about at length later. But I've always wondered about this intersection between science and the arts. And if I may, I'm just going to put a quotation into the chat window by an author, Rebecca Solnit, in a book, A Field Guide to Getting Lost, a book, by the way, which might be interesting to students. And she talks about how she perceives artists and scientists. And I'm just going to leave this there just for people to read. I thought it was a lovely way to think about the relations and the way there's some divergence. So anyway, that's all.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can get into the questions now. Okay, there's one question for Venkat. So how has your experience been working with scientists? Have they been receptive with respect to archiving science?
Yeah, personally, I've been very, very lucky. I think I'm not saying this only because they're my employers, but I think NCBS has been a really nice space to experiment with a lot of these ideas. And I would say most people have been curious about the space, and it's been quite fun having conversations with a variety of the scientists that we work together with. But I think this question of whether or not the material gets archived will take another generation. So there is this process of building awareness around these ideas, but to get to a really robust archive where you can start to plunder and look at the material, I think that will take another generation, and that's fine.
Okay, then there's to follow up on this question, there's another one which asks Venkat, how has the public response been to the science archives at NCBS?
Well, the last year there's not been much of that, unfortunately. But we've only opened to the public in February 2019. So I would say it's been open. We've had visitors over the last couple of years. We've been very lucky again. So I think the campus, so every time, every scientist or everyone who comes to campus, they're very nice to make sure that they ask them to come and visit the archive or something like that. I'll be honest, we have not had as many researchers of the archive as we would have liked, but we've had a lot of people who are curious about what the space is, and I think that's fine. So we've had people coming, and we hold a few exhibitions. Actually, we have a call for an exhibition right now. And so these are, again, ways in which we're trying to engage with the public. Actually, thanks to Sarah and the DBT Wellcome Trust, we were able to collaborate on working on a podcast for the public. So, if during the pandemic. So there was a way in which we were, able to get the word out, even though they're not able to come in person. So it's been fun to experiment with different ways in which you insert the idea of an archive in people's minds.
Right. Even Venkat, I wanted to congratulate you about the Ubaid Siddiqui chair that the Archives has recently instituted. What is it about? Can you tell us a bit?
Yeah, well, actually, the congratulations really goes to the whole institute, and a huge thank you to TNQ, which saw a certain visionary role that they could play in making the space of the history and culture of science more robust. Yeah, so the Siddiqui chair is we actually just put out the call today. So if people go to the Archives website, they can see what it's about. They go and see one of the tabs on the top. The archive is basically putting out a call for any distinguished individuals across disciplines. We are discipline agnostic. As long as this individual has done a substantial body of work that deepens our understanding, as we say, around the history and culture of science. We've left it fairly open because this is the first chair, and to the best of our knowledge, it is the first such chair anywhere in the country. We could be wrong about this, but I need to find the right archive to dig this information up. So we are also a little open about who we want to get. So we would imagine this individual has put some bit of experience behind them already. They have done a body of work. They have asked a set of questions over the course of their life. And they have pursued those questions in a certain fearless way by connecting disciplines, by engaging with the public, through their actual scholarly work. And by scholar, I don't mean necessarily someone who is sitting at a university. They might be independent of any academic institutional boundaries. They might be individual researchers. So we are really open to that idea to keep it as broad as possible. But we do imagine that this person has a body of work that gives you a sense of where they're coming from. Unfortunately, it's as vague as it sounds, but we think we'll know the person when we see it. It's one of those things like trying to define the culture of a place. It's hard to define, but when you see the person, you'll be like, yes, that's the person.
Thank you. Well, there's a question for Sarah from anonymous attendee, and it's a question that I also have. What drew you towards science communication since you moved from pure sciences to this field?
I have to say that it's very similar to the title of this session, which is really this urge to make science more accessible, and I think the turning point was really when I was during my postdoc. I was always pulled in by the fundraising team of the institution to talk to funders, potential funders, and these were private individuals, and talk to them about my science and why we need more funding and all of that. And I realized that they were really interested in the kind of work we're doing. And I'm sure there were just a few of the many out there outside the walls of the institution who wanted to know what people behind these walls are doing. And so I just, I thought that if, this is the situation in a country like US where, there is a lot of importance is given to science and science outreach, there's still not enough happening there. So I thought, I think India, I really hadn't heard any such positions, roles, and so I kept looking at positions back home, whether there are roles to take science to the public. And then I obviously came across the advertisement by DPT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, and I applied to that. But it was really the urge to make science more accessible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I think Shruti has a question for all of us, so I hand over to Shruti.
Right. Thank you so much. I really didn't realize how 1 hour passed away. I mean, there were so many good questions that we discussed, and I think the best part about all of it was how many questions we received from the audience. I think it's very interesting how we were able to generate this sort of curiosity through the course of the discussion. And I'd just like to point out, I'm not very proud of it, but I myself wasn't very aware of what science archiving could be before I came across this entire concept and started looking into it. And when I delved into it, I realized how important it is for science and technology in general, and of course, making it more accessible to the masses. It's such an important and integral part of all of it. So I must congratulate Venkat and the team at NCBS for doing such a fabulous job of it. So important for the times that we are in. And exciting to see how many people have asked very personal questions to both Venkat and Sarah. And I just wanted to say, Ms. Dasgupta, thank you so much for beautifully, taking us through the discussion. I couldn't have approached anybody better for this. You have experience in everything that we pretty much discussed, so I really couldn't have asked for anybody better. So thank you so much for being a part of this session. One question that we ask all our panelists and speakers, and I think this session can't get done without the question. So I'd like to ask all three of you, what role do you think public engagement platforms such as a science festival play in making science more accessible to all? Very quickly, comments from all three. Let's start with Ananya.
Maybe Sarah can answer that first.
I've done a lot of talking, Ananya. Maybe let me think.
So a science festival like this, of course, I mean, it opens out the entire world of science to people all over, right? Anybody who wants to know more, anybody who wants to learn more. Like today, I myself have not been working in the archives for a long time, but then I try to follow what Venkat's doing. But I mean, due to various reasons maybe, but through this conversation, there's a lot more that I learned about what he's doing, about the new Obed Siddiqui chair. And then even Sarah, the kind of work she's doing with science communication and all, this is what it does, right? I mean, it opens out the world to everyone. So I guess, yeah.
Okay, Venkat, over to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'm just truly grateful because we don't get enough opportunities to interact with students directly in some way. And I think I think just opening, this was, I mean, going back to what Sarah had brought up initially, this compartmentalizing of science and society. I think the same thing happens as we grow up, going through various course programs, that we start to get into this hamster wheel process of doing science, and we're just on it constantly, and we're unable to get off it because we just don't know what to do, how to get off it and how to get back on it. And I think a conversation like this just helps us realize it's okay to pause, it's okay to fail, it's okay to just think around things, it's okay. I mean, there's actually an extraordinary journal by students. It's an interesting program by some students in Europe. Actually, Sarah, when you talked about error, I was thinking of that. There's, I think, a journal called Journal of Trial and Error. That's started by some students. I don't know if anybody, I don't know where it's at, but so just things like this, just being able to talk to students, being able to hear their words, because we learn. So I should clarify that the archive at NCBS has been built by students. Although I'm here as the talking puppet, it really has been done by about 40 students who have worked with us over the last 3 years. And it's their questions that have informed that space. So any chance we get to talk to students is our privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sarah, last comments from you.
Yeah, I think I would completely agree with Venkat that I think forums like these and these opportunities give us a pause, and they also give us an opportunity to see what's happening around us. I think we don't get to do that when we're so busy, with our lives and our professional and personal lives. And I think we don't have these platforms at all in the country. Actually, so I must really congratulate you all for putting this together. I think it's we're celebrating science, we're celebrating these conversations that will really help us move this whole field of science, the field of science communication forward. So I think this is a fantastic initiative, and thank you so much for calling me for this session.
Wonderful positive note to end on. Thank you so much to all three of you for joining us at the festival. Next time, we truly hope to host you at our festival on ground offline so that we actually get to meet face to face, talk about all of our work, and get to interact with students, researchers, psychom practitioners, and together really build science and technology in its full glory in India, because that's truly something that we wish to do and are very, very passionate about. And on that note, I'd like to thank you all. Do keep in touch. We're really looking forward to collaborating with all three of you in the future. Thanks a lot for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So much. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Well, that was a very interesting conversation to have. We discussed about science communication, science archiving, and I think by now we've established that our panel discussions are extremely interdisciplinary in nature. While we really want to explore how science interacts with art, society, creative arts, entrepreneurship, and policy, and so on. So the next session that we have for everyone is actually super, super exciting. It gives me a great pleasure in telling you all about the next session, which is a panel discussion on deep tech and how startups in India in the field of AI and deep technology are coming about and what scope they have in the coming years. May I please request all the panelists of the session to kindly turn on their video and audio. This session is going to be moderated by Nishtha Tripathi. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Really excited about this entire session. Before the session begins, I'd just like our audiences to know about the moderator, who will of course be introducing the session ahead. Nishtha Tripathi has very kindly put together this session for us and is going to moderate it. She's a computer scientist from UIUC and is right now she's founded India's leading study abroad consulting company called Scholar Strategy, has been actively involved in getting more than 500 applicants get into top MS and MBA programs all over the world, and is actively into the field of science in the interface of science and society, and has also written the best-selling book on Indian startups called No Shortcuts. And we're very excited about the session and how it goes about right now. Nishtha ma'am, could I please request you to take it ahead from here? We're very excited.
Sure, Shruti. Can you just confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, and how do we take questions, Shruti? Will the audience keep sending it to you?
Yeah, the Q&A box, you can see it on your screen. It is accessible, and you'll be able to see some questions there. And I'll also send some on chat if you're getting some through social media. So you'll have access to the questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Shruti. Thank you so much. So unfortunately, I'm logged into the computer. So I hope all the panelists are here. I'm seeing Geeta, Aves, and Saurabh. Is Siraj joined in?
Yeah, he has. Could I request Mr. Dhanani to kindly turn on his video?
Yeah, that would be great. Awesome.
Yes, everybody.
Thank you, Shruti. I think I'm all set. To begin with, I would really like to thank and first of all congratulate India Science Fest for making January 2021 something exciting to look forward to after a tough year. But talking of 2020 as a tough year, it was like so many lows and everything we saw, but still it was a year when a record new 11 unicorns were happened in Indian startup space. So it's a good time to be in Indian startups, and I'm excited to be hosting this panel. I don't think I can really start this panel without talking about the word deep tech itself. Just like every new software product is these days claimed to be like data driven, and so many startups are calling themselves deep tech. So I was curious. I got to dig into this. What does deep tech mean in my new and upcoming book on Indian deep tech startups, which I am co-authoring with Varun Aggarwal, who is the founder of ISF as well as Aspiring Minds. So very excited about that book. As we as we studied different definitions and what's happening all around the world in deep tech, um, we've at least felt that, like, deep tech refers to something where a unique product or service is powered by new invention or new discoveries, or some basis of scientific breakthrough is involved. It's been hard to precisely define the word deep tech itself. And for all the students watching out there, it's something you can keep studying about, and you may find different definitions. And I would also encourage our panelists to maybe throw some light on that. But the term is often used and abused as well. But I thought a relevant example could be, like, recently so many companies were working on COVID-19 vaccines, which involves a lot of new discovery, product testing. Like, it could be the companies who are discovering new biological preparation to test what kind of preparation can help in generating immunity for this disease. Or it could be companies who are focusing on developing more accurate tests for COVID-19. All these could potentially comprise of deep tech. But if you look at a company who is just developing alternate medicine for an already known disease, which is not necessarily better or driven by scientific discovery, then that may not be deep tech. I think the point I'm trying to make is it's as important to know what deep tech is not as well as what it is. And I think I'll continue exploring this topic. We are also seeing a direct correlation between countries that have invested a lot in deep tech with their economic well-being. So I'm excited to see that we are seeing a lot of interesting things happening in this space. And as we dug deeper into the book, and if you're interested, please stay tuned for the book. We found some really gem and innovative ideas coming from India, and 4 of them are joining us in this panel. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to introduce our panelists properly, because I remember in my college days, if I attended a panel and if I really did not understand who the person is, then the whole session would be go over my head. So I want the audience to really understand what our panelists are doing, so that you can ask more relevant questions. So with that, let me first, I have first of all, I would like to welcome Geeta ma'am, because she's one of the most inspiring STEM ladies with us, who has served as a research scientist at HP Labs, Xerox Research India, and so many other places. Ever since she saw her cousin sister suffering from breast cancer, she started on a mission to develop a non-invasive way of screening for breast cancer in an accurate, privacy-aware manner. The particular technology that Niramai has developed is called thermalytics, which is a conjunction of thermal imaging and analytics, and which uses patented thermal image processing as well as machine learning algorithms for reliable and accurate screening. Today, Niramai has over 30 installations at hospitals and diagnostic centers across 10 Indian cities. So welcome, Geeta ma'am. She's the CEO of Niramai Technologies.
Thank you.
Then I have with me Saurabh. And so let me introduce it this way. Next time you call any of the big banks in India or Barbecue Nation, you may not even realize, but you would be talking to a machine. If you speak in Bhojpuri, the machine would probably reply back in Bhojpuri. It would even try to mirror your accent. So vernacular voice AI engines are helping businesses automate their customer care conversation, which sound fully human and Indian. So they're multilingual voice bots, not only speak in different language, but mirror the style of the speaker. So welcome, Saurabh. Really excited to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Nishta.
Then we have Aves, and I don't need to say much about Pixel because it has been in the news a lot recently, because Pixel is all set to launch India's first Earth imaging satellite in a private endeavor. And I think Aves can correct me if I say anything off the technical definitions. But when we talk about space in India, I think one assumes that we are talking about ISRO, which has obviously done a lot of wonderful things, and rightly so. But no private players have been able to make a mark so far. But Pixel is all set to change that. Prior to this, Aves led his student team into the finals of SpaceX Hyperloop pod competition in 2017, and where he also met Elon Musk. And today, Pixel is about to launch its first satellite, and that too at a very affordable, low cost. So what makes it more unbelievable is that co-founders, both of them, are two fresher grads from BITS Pilani, and they have completed making the satellite in less than 2 years. So it's incredible. Welcome, Avais. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Nishta. It's a pleasure to be here. You're too kind. Thank you.
And then last but not the least, I have, let me talk about the problem that Siraj is solving. In India, we have over 1.6 lakh babies die each year due to lack of breathing support for premature babies, because most of the tier 2 town and rural hospitals do not have proper medical facilities as well as ICUs. Looking at many such problems inspired Siraj to start Inaxen to help develop medical technology that can cater to the challenges of Indian healthcare. Their SaaS product is a portable, easy to use neonatal CPAP device designed to provide short-term breathing support for infants. Their other product, Fetal Life, is a labor monitoring system with fetal ECG technology, which leverages chip technology from Texas Instruments. They have also collaborated with the University of California, San Diego to develop their proprietary ML algorithms. These are just two of their products. They have many more in the portfolio. With such affordable innovation, Inaxel is actually improving how we can save lives in Indian hospitals, and which I immensely respect. So here's welcoming its CEO and visionary founder, Siraj Thanani. Siraj, thank you so much for joining us. Great. Siraj, you're on mute, but yeah, welcome again.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind introduction.
So I hope all the audience got a good glimpse of what amazing things these people are up to. So why don't we start the panel and begin with a little quick take on what do you think deep tech is, and why should the audience care and be involved in it? And anyone, I would like to chime in on this.
Sure, let me jump in first.
Please do.
As you yourself said, I think for me, deep tech means that a scientific discovery or an engineering innovation lies at the crux of it. It's the core of it. And it's also a way of bringing innovation from the academic or the scientific domain into the commercial sector. It's being able to take a scientific innovation, engineering discovery, and convert that into something that a lot of people can use and hopefully help make life better. So those were my 2 cents on what I think deep tech would be from the couple of years of experience.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Anyone else wants to chime in?
Sure. I fully agree with Avais. And to add to that, at least the way we've seen it in our business, I see it as a integration of multiple technologies, typically physical technologies with some digital technologies, and based on some innovation, some novelty, which usually leads to global patents, and that is directed at solving a critical unmet need in India. I think that the last part, the application towards which the technology, is used, I think is an important component, and that is really one of the reasons students
right.
And old people like me should be excited about this.
Right.
I think other than what is being covered here, another way to look at innovation would probably be something that is hard to build, right? And it could be any technology, but we're talking about and how it gets reflected in companies. In terms of what we've seen is they'll have specialized technology teams working on this, and these teams are not the standard front end back end engineers that we have across startups, right? So they'll probably have some R&D teams continuously trying to build something that is hard to build. And I think the other part of the question was, why is this important? AI is adding $1 trillion to Indian economy by 2035. That sort of speaks about the future of deep tech in India and the globe. So this is, the best time to sort of get into this.
Right.
To add a little bit of sugar on all of the wonderful points that were raised. First of all, great to be on this panel. I would say deep tech also means not easily replicable, right? So basically agree with all of the points, and IP critically at the core is very, very important, as was said before. And also with this deep tech, you need to go somewhere, right? So it should enable something that has never been possible before, right? So that angle of IP trying to solve a problem in a way that it actually enables, if I can say, breakthrough solution to an everlasting problem, right? So I guess that solution aspect and the novelty aspect, I think, is very critical.
Right. I think completely agree. And also the common factors which we have seen across all the teams are we do have a lot more expenditure on R&D happening, on patents, on protecting the technology, and we have a lot more PhDs and maybe postgraduates in the team than just undergraduates. Maybe is also another thing. So great. I hope that gives some perspective about deep tech to our audience. Let me jump into some individual questions for the founders here. So let me start with Geeta. So it's interesting. Why do you think thermal imaging is the right solution for detecting breast cancer? I mean, this is the problem you have decided to solve. So why do you pick this particular problem, and why do you think this is the right technology for it?
Yeah, the problem itself is such a huge problem to the world. Breast cancer is one of the largest cancer killers in women. 680,000 women died last year due to breast cancer, and almost 90,000 of them were in India. And why is this important? Of course, people are dying of COVID and so on. This kind of death is happening every year. That is one big thing. And the second thing is that almost all of these deaths could have been saved, could have been avoided. The only reason these people are dying is because of late detection. Because breast cancer is one of the most quote unquote curable cancer. Of course, this is debatable, but basically 90% survival is possible, but we have 50% survival in India, for example, right? So that is a problem. That is a place where technology can play a role, and we found that technology can play a role. The second biggest thing is that, which is kind of attached to why this is happening, is also because now we see a lot of younger women having breast cancer today, detecting breast cancer in 20s, 30s, in their age. And that's, we can debate exactly, why that's happening. And, you can always argue on multiple things that's happening, stress, food, and all of that. And today there is no test for detecting early stage breast cancer under 45 years of age, right? And mammography, which is based on X-rays, is only working. And finally, any healthcare problem today, any new healthcare device you look at, is generally not affordable to everyone, right? All part of it inclusive from a rural standpoint, underprivileged standpoint as well. So how do we sort of get all of these problems solved? Obviously, if you take the same solution, like same old wine in a different bottle, it's not going to work, right? Mammography has this limitation of density and so on. It doesn't work on younger women. So that's why we said, okay, can we look at a different sensing? And then thermal imaging was out there and so on. And we said, and thermal imaging itself is not new, right? People have used heat variations on the body to detect abnormality as early as, Aristotle or something like that, really, because, by just putting wet mud and seeing, and those kinds of things, right? So now, so when we started looking at this new sensing or old sensing in a new way, right? We figured out that the reason why it's not there in every hospital is because of the accuracy issue, that, not just something being hot is abnormal, but there's something more that needs to be done to say why and what is wrong, right? And that is where we saw a possibility of using AI and machine learning onto it. And we tried it out and it started working well. And then we've been fine tuning and it actually works very well now. So that's sort of the crux of where ML comes in. So it's actually thermalytics, we call it analytics over thermal images. That is what is very new. To enable a solution which is radiation free, because you don't use X-rays to detect cancer. I mean, that's crazy, right? Because every test increases the risk to cancer. And why would somebody use X-rays to screen, right? However, this just does a non-side effect based measurement of temperature on the chest. It is affordable, accessible. It is 1/20th the cost of a mammogram today in terms of, so it's kind of just makes it possible to do this test, at grassroots level. because of the AI-based solution, we are able to give this solution in the hands of health workers, not really doctors required to say whether somebody is wrong or somebody requires a follow-up test. This can be done by a 12th class or a girl, right out of college, right? So that is something that we enable. And finally, we wanted to make the experience also simple so that more women come forward to take the test, even when there is no symptom, even when there is no problem. And that is only possible not with mammography, where it's compressed with 10 kgs of weight and X-ray and all of that. This is a completely non-contact, non-invasive changing room experience. She just enters, sits in front of the device. She comes out after 10 minutes, her report will be ready. Nobody would have seen her or touched her. It's completely sort of enclosed location. And this privacy awareness is also a very, very important aspect of the solution, which enables women to feel comfortable to take the test. I think all of this put together, hopefully, with everybody's support around in the ecosystem, we will be able to create a way of detecting early stage breast cancer in an affordable, accessible, available for everyone.
We are definitely rooting for it, Geeta ma'am. Thank you. Next, let me come to Saurabh. And like when you started thinking about voice AI, Saurabh, you already could see that Amazon and Google like players are already in the ecosystem. So what made you think that you can, you should enter this particular area, and how did you think you would differentiate yourself in a fairly crowded space, maybe people working on AI, speech recognition, and all those things?
Sure. So I think I'll take a step back and just give context before I jump into the answer. So globally, we are heading towards the world of Google Glass and voice commands. A lot of other interfaces will cease to exist. So there was voice, and then text came in between. But then we all of a sudden there are a lot of strong signals that say that we are again heading back to the voice first world. And from a more local perspective, 1 billion people are coming online, and these people don't understand English. They also don't understand regional language keyboards. So voice is going to be a very intuitive way for them to engage with any interface online. And this is the primary hypothesis that we had, when we were thinking of building voice AI. And we ended up spending significant amount of time in, rural areas in India, looking at, people and observing people who are coming online and, how their needs are different, etc. One of these days, we ended up meeting a farmer who told us he receives SMS from banks in English, and he doesn't know what it means. So he has to travel 10 kilometers away to get it translated from a bank manager. In the process, he loses his daily wage. That is when we really, realized the bigger challenge out there. So while there are, companies like Google and Amazon that are present in the voice domain, but no one is really solving the local problems that we are facing in India, or even in some Southeast Asian countries right now. And that sort of evolved into our vision. And today, when we were sort of building, we ended up building a platform which is very unique, right? As you mentioned in the introduction, we can listen to audio of a person. We don't just do speech to text across 11 Indian languages. We are also able to understand your gender, age, accent, sentiment, dialect, tonality. And then we can do text to speech across some 100 odd dialects as well. All of these technologies are built in-house. And most of the stuff that we've done actually doesn't exist today. So if you really look at it, we're working at the edge of voice technology and attacking problems that has not been attacked by the likes of Google and Amazon. We ended up, from a business perspective, focusing on call centers. We just talked about Elon Musk, right? And Elon Musk is sort of trying to put people on Mars in the next few years, but we are still struggling to get connected to a call center agent in this day and age, right? So for us, we see a big difference where someone is talking about Mars, and then people are spending 30 minutes getting connected to an agent and being very frustrated. So the whole call center industry in general has not evolved in the last 2 decades, and we are building voice technology which does not exist today to sort of disrupt this market.
Right. Makes sense. Thanks, Saurabh. Let me come to Aves. So, Aves, I'm curious because Indians do not have a great track record in private space tech endeavors, right? So when you picked this particular idea, was it that you were, I know you were interested in space already, but did you think that I have to start something in space and then you went on to find the right problem? or did both of them happen in a more organic way? Like, why are you solving this particular problem of Earth imaging? What are you hoping to achieve from that?
So I think it's a mixture of a couple of things. One, as you mentioned, loved space. So to be able to work on something space tech was in itself a big driver. But it was not that I wanted to start a company in space. It was just that I happened to stumble upon an opportunity in a field that I like. And by talking to the people that would actually benefit from that tech, realized that if you're able to solve this problem, we can go ahead and uh, actually make lives better. So it's a combination of the two things. Thing that this is a field that I love, and second, an opportunity came along the way, and a startup seemed like the best way to be able to do that. So my co-founder and I were still in the final year at university. We had freshly come back from the SpaceX competition, meeting Elon Musk and the rest of the team, and just started reading up as much as I could about space, because when we were in the SpaceX HQ, they took us on a tour of this factory, and when you see the rockets being built, when you see the rockets that have come back, that sort of inspired that passion for working in this sector. So just came back and started reading up as much as I could about space technology, what's happening, what's the cutting edge, who's working on what, where can we contribute. And while working with existing sources of satellite imagery, there were open source data sets available, there were paid data sets available. And while working on these, we wanted to solve issues such as illegal mining in certain states. We wanted to take a look at what the pollution levels in certain cities were. We wanted to be able to help tackle pest infestations and crop diseases in agriculture. But when you're trying to do that at a large scale, the only data set that makes sense is satellite imagery. So we started working with that. And that's when we realized that one, the imagery could be made much more inexpensive. The imagery could also be made more frequent in terms of the availability, which is where the constellation play comes into the picture. And that the quality of the imagery that is being beamed on can also be made better simply because of certain scientific innovations that had happened, which if we managed to put together, we'd be able to do that. So that was what led to Pixel, is that one, we realized that there was an opportunity to build a much better class of imager and a much better class of satellite. But more importantly, this data enables us to be able to have global, uniform, consistent monitoring. Think of it like this: we're building like a health monitor for the planet, where if you are looking at the forest health around the world, we are looking at agricultural crop health around the world, we are looking at how pollutant gases are polluting our cities, whether our water bodies are actually clean, or whether they are also poison. So things like that. So I think it's a combination of those things, as well as the fact that what we were working on could definitely impact a whole host of people.
Makes sense. But when you decided, or when the thought came across to start something in space tech, and because it is so capital intensive, did it somewhere scare you that no one before has really succeeded in space tech in India as much?
Not really. I think a lot of people told us that what you're doing seems like a student project and you'll not get much further here, which was also a little bit of a motivating factor that, a lot of people are saying no. So we should go ahead and actually show that it's possible. But I think the love and passion that we all have here at Pixel for space sort of trumps all that. But there have been tough times when we had no idea what to do in terms of regulatory or other aspects, right? But we have just tried knocking on as many doors as possible. So yes, it's been an up and down journey. There have been tough parts, but never that we shouldn't have begun on this path, or we shouldn't have started.
No, I'm sure. And I hope like success like these would encourage many more founders down the line. So that is great. Let me come to Siraj. Siraj, you are someone who had already a successful exit in your previous company, right? You had sold your like pharmaceutical consulting and services company to a very reputed player in the segment, but it was still in services domain. But when we talk about med tech, it sounds very complex, right? It's a very tangible product with so much riding at stake. So what made you get into, at that point in your career, get into something like med tech and think of like innovating medical devices in India?
Yeah, sometimes I ask myself the same question. But yes, this is my second stint entrepreneurial. You're right. When I moved back to India from the US, where I was working back in late 2002, I couldn't hold down a job, and then I started a venture, Pharmac, which was in the analytics space, and that was one of the first of the waves of, I think the term was KPOs in India in those days, high value outsourcing. So yeah, we built that business. We exited it to a global player called IMS Health, that is now called IQVIA. But after that, I mean, I think there are different motivations you have for doing things at different stages in your life, right? So after that exit, it was, I was really interested in doing something that has had much more of an impact than we were doing. I mean, I created about 500, 700 jobs, seeded an industry, but effectively we were serving the global market, right, with very smart people from India. And also, I think being a non-IT guy, for me, it is just a bit bizarre that when we say tech, we almost always mean digital tech. And if you look at the world around you, maybe 5 to 10% of your life is impacted by digital tech. Maybe it's 20% of your wallet, right? But the physical world, which is like pretty big and all around us, we don't even seem to have an innovation mechanism, system, engine that is focused on that entire space. And that was something I really wanted to work on. And that was like, if Pharmac will get sold, this is what I want to do. And then it did get sold. So really what I started out, what Enaxis started out doing was trying to understand first and then, deploy a mechanism of physical technology innovation. And it's only in India that I have to say physical technology. Right. Because everywhere else, that's what it means. And the biggest area where technology innovation is impactful, in terms of number of companies in the tech space globally in the US, is medical devices after the IT space. And I was always a healthcare guy, came from that world. So medical devices was sort of a natural fit for me. And if you want impact in India, I don't think you can do much better than healthcare. So that was kind of what led us to looking at the medical device space. And me and my partner spent about 6 months, largely in the US, getting familiar with medtech incubators. We got trained and certified at the top academic incubator in the US. But we slowly came to realize that there was a sort of practice and a system that had been built post World War II in the US, which sort of guided the whole technology innovation process, going from identifying, understanding a problem, applying science, to create new technologies, productizing them, and then getting them out. And that really, we were really, I think, surprised, and it was a very shocking sort of insight to us that in India, we really do not have, any base of knowledge or entrepreneurial activity that does this. And I'm sorry if I may be straying off track, but I'll give you an example of this. I was reading an article in The Economist about a company that, about this whole thing about waste plastic being used to add to roads, and it makes roads more tougher. And there's a British company that's a world leader in that. They have 100 kilometers of roads being laid in Netherlands, UK, all of that. How did he come up with this? This man was trekking in India. He was walking on a highway. He saw a pothole crew, and they were heating tar. If you know, they build a little fire, they heat tar, and they were adding the plastic milk bags in that. And he asked them what they were doing. He said, "Sadak mazboot banta hai." I'm shocked that in India, there is no road engineer who could take that observation, because this has been happening for years and decades. Know how to extract which molecule does what, convert this into patents, convert this into a technology that can, basically what he did is textbook, right? But it just shocked me that we've been throwing plastic bags in tar for years, and a British guy who has patents on that stuff and is laying roads in the UK. This really, to me, was just shocking that we as a country do not have this. And this is something that we've tried to do in the medical space. And we are hoping that if this succeeds, there are a lot more, such initiatives that happen in agri, in water, in transport, and everywhere. And what we are really doing at Anaxel is going deep into the clinical environment, just like I believe Geeta has done, understanding a clinical problem very deeply, and then figuring out a technology solution for that. So one of the lines that we love to use is attributed to Einstein, who said that if I have 1 hour to solve a problem, I'll spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes about the solution.
Right.
And we spend about 9 to 12 months in the hospital before we pick a project to work on. And this, in our case, has led to technologies that don't exist. It's not only a better way to do something, but it's doing something that hasn't been done before. And that is really powerful. And I just wish we had a lot more of that going on.
Yes, absolutely. I think a wonderful takeaway from that is, and for the young engineers out there, maybe who are even aspiring entrepreneurs, that it's really important to find the right problem to solve than jumping into the just like starting up.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of entrepreneurial activity in India, I have seen, maybe that's in the digital space, is about replicating a successful model from elsewhere. And maybe that's the way the consumer tech works. I just don't understand that too well. But I think in India, there are just so many big problems. And if you can figure the right way to solve them, there could be an economic model around it.
Right. There are organic problems to be solved, particular to Indian ecosystem, and we have so many Indians. So if we target them, we should have some.
A lot of money, actually, a lot of things. I mean, we are a poor country, but segments, I mean, India now has scale.
Right. Great message there. I hope the audience is taking a note. Let me move to second round, which let's use a mix of technology and business side of things in these startups. So Geeta, my quick question to you is in terms of technology, in terms of machine learning, AI that you're using, how accurate is your technology now, and what is going to happen in next 3 to 5 years?
Sure, I think that's the crux of the whole solution, right? How accurate can we make it, especially when we talk about use of AI in healthcare, right? And also particularly when we talk about healthcare solution, which is helping clinical decision support to the doctor, like acting as a mini doctor, if not a full doctor, right? So there, how accurate are we in deciding the result becomes extremely important. So there are I want to take the viewers who are interested in healthcare is to the little bit of the process of doing it, throwing numbers. That's not going to be helpful. So essentially, there are very, very formal processes for determining the accuracy of a medical device that you've come up with, or a drug you've come up with, or any other clinical decision support system that you've come up with, which is called GCP, good clinical practice. So typically it's like a final exam, right? Where you will actually get an examiner, which is an external person, could be a CRO, clinical research organization, or a principal investigator who is a very reputed doctor coming in and then saying, I'm going to test your device against all my existing standard, current standard, right? So what we had to do was to just get hold of 1 or 2 hospitals. It's called multi-site trial, multiple sites coming together, and then write a protocol saying, okay, this is how I'm going to do the testing. How am I going to do? Every person who is coming from mammography, which is the standard test, will first go through our test, near-my thermolytics test, and then they will go to mammography, ultrasound, biopsy, whatever, all the things put together, right? And then anyway, as soon as they do our test, we're going to give the result, and the doctor is not supposed to see the result, but they'll go with the standard of care. And then finally, we do the comparison of the actual standard of care today, as well as our test. And this is done at the end of the trial. You first decide how many samples are needed based on statistics and all that. This is a very, very systematic trial where, as a sponsor, we are supposed to be sponsored. There is a little bit money to be paid, for all this work that the hospital does. And so even if I go near the hospital, I have to sign a logbook saying Geeta has gone to this hospital on this day, because we are not supposed to influence the test at all. It has to be completely done. So this kind of formal trial is absolutely important to convince the doctor that it is working, to convince the specialist, and also do a clinical trial publication, right, which shows the efficacy. I think this is very, very important. So one short answer for your question, yes, we actually looked at screening population, people who don't have huge symptoms and so on, but regular screening to detect early. There we have actually, touch wood, have 100% sensitivity with about 94% specificity, which means that so far we have not missed any cancer in asymptomatic women, and just have about 6 to 7% false positive, which is actually a pretty good result. And we hope we retain that. Right now, done about 33,000 women. So we hope we retain that number, for much, much larger population as well. So that's sort of how it is. And for symptomatic, where there is a symptom, where usually you have multiple tests done, there as well, we have more than 90% sensitivity. So that's how our current models work. But there is always an evolution, right? Start with, if either sensitivity or both sensitivity specificity have to be more than 80%. That's sort of the thumb rule I've learned. It wasn't clear in the beginning. And, typically you try to have at least one of them above 90 so you can confidently go. Because it's a smaller data set, right? You better have good accuracy before you actually go towards, using this for women in real ground, right? In real commercial ground.
And what do you think is the goal here? Anything you can, what is the attainable higher accuracy that you can aim at?
Sure, as I said, it's really about how big a sample we test and get the same results, right? We talk about, I know we have technical audience. We also talk about sensitivity, specificity, and area under the curve, right? Because you can always modify the point of operation on the curve to get the right level of sensitivity versus what is specificity. So we talk about the area of the curve. So in terms of the goal is to retain at least this kind of beautiful accuracy we have, sensitivity, specificity.
Over a larger data set?
A larger data set, okay. Right? So that's what it is. And also try and test this out on international population. This is completely Indian population. So we are, COVID didn't play a good trick on us because obviously we are not unable to start the trials in other countries yet. We were hoping to do so in 2020. So hopefully mid this year, we'll be able to start that and, find the same kind of results, because the equipment they use, the kind of radiologist, all that is like much, much higher standard to compare with. And we are hoping that we will have similar results here.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Geeta. Saurabh, let me ask, I have a business kind of a question for you. So, I mean, of course, people are always thinking, and engineers may have great innovative tech idea, but how do you translate idea into a successful business? So do you want to tell us a little bit about how did you get your first customer, and when did you think that product is now, it's actually the product market fit has been found, not just about tech, but as a business that you can survive? Do you want to shed any light on that?
Sure. So I think very important to, I think there are two ways to think about starting a business, right? One is traditional problem solution way, and the other is where we start talking about deep tech. There's a term that's been getting very famous recently, which is AI enabled or AI first companies, which are sort of taking a technology first approach, saying we'll build some technology, but then we will go out and figure out problems. One thing that doesn't work for sure is just building technology and making it open. A lot of people have done that mistake. Let's create, and whatever that is, right? Be it voice, image, or whatever. You create technology, do some great work, open up APIs. No one is going to come and start using your APIs magically. So even if you are having a technology first approach, it's important to understand the problems. Ultimately, if you are running a business, you have to solve some problems, and someone needs to pay for the solution that you've built. I think those are the most fundamental questions that one needs to answer even before writing the first line of code. I think that is something that we ensured. Unless you talk to 10 customers, unless 10 people out there go and say, yes, I want this, I'll pay for this, you don't start writing the first line of code. Even if, all these things are in your mind. So how we got a first customer, again, we kind of had this hypothesis, which I talked about, building a voice first world and, those kind of things. And we started talking to banks and NBFCs in India. We're sitting in Bangalore, so we used to go and meet these NBFCs in Bangalore. And again, it was pure hustle, right? So we were also straight out of college, so no one really knew us. We didn't know how to present ourselves either. So we would go there, we would, hustle our way through, try to get meetings with VP CXOs without any prior notice, just show up at the office, right? And then tell them we are thinking of doing this. Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? And what we've seen is, 1 out of 10 people will respond to you. They will tell you if this is a problem or not for them. And, that's how you sort of collect data points to further build your hypothesis. And when you have a few people saying this makes sense, Then you go back, then you tell them, okay, fine, if I do a POC, will you pay me? I don't care about the amount. So, one of our first customers, we didn't care about the money we made initially, but we said, if we end up doing this for you, let's say it takes 6 months, will you pay us? They said they will. And that is when we really knew that we had a business model in place, but that didn't mean we had a product market fit for sure.
Right.
That meant that we had a start, we would go in that direction. I think over time, when we got a first product, voice product live with Barbecue Nation, which is the first of its kind in India, by the way. This didn't exist, and multilingual, people calling Barbecue Nation and booking a table in Hindi, so it was not very straightforward, and there were some complex problems to solve for us. For example, location was one of the things we had to take when people were calling for booking, and people wouldn't say, I want to book a table in Indranagar Barbecue Nation. They'll say things like, I want to book the one near KFC Signal, and there are probably I don't know, a few dozen KFC signals in the country. So how do you map a KFC signal to Barbecue Nation, which is in Indranagar? Those are some of the problems we solved. I think even after we went live, we knew that this is a very hard technical problem. So we spent a few months just working with one customer. That was again a very conscious call we took, very counterintuitive. A typical advice is to start working with a lot of them. So we wanted to get it right once before we sort of scale up. So we spent significant amount of time with them. I remember for the first 6 months after we went live, we only had one customer. Very conscious call, again, against the will of our investors, just to call it out. And we got it right? And then customers were very happy, CSAT scores were rising, our monthly revenue from Barbecue Nation was increasing every month. And then we went out there, we got Axis Bank, we got a couple of other banks, we got a few other large enterprises in India.
Thanks, Saurabh. I know you took a lot of tough business calls in your journey, and I was excited to cover that in the book. So I'm just hoping it comes out soon and people can get to know about it. I'm going to move to Aves, and we are slightly running out of time. So if I can urge the panelists to be a little bit more concise, that would be great. Aves, my mind just blows up every time I think that two freshers can come and just build a satellite in under a year. I don't know how. Please walk us, how did you do such a big thing? What was your mental model like? How do you conquer such a big ambition?
Sure, Nishta. So I think to understand how we did that at Pixel, the experience that I'd had at Hyperloop India as well sort of played a part. That was the steepest learning curve that I'd had up until that point, right? The reason why we decided to participate in the Hyperloop SpaceX competition was to be able to get a chance to meet Elon Musk. And we submitted a design and then we got selected. And then we were like, okay, now we actually have to design something. But we managed to pull together people that were sort of interested in doing that and managed to put something together. We got selected for another design round, which is again a surprise. And then we got serious, pulled in some professors and other things and put that design together. And we were the one of the 20 that were selected to do that. But that's where the hard work began. We had to all move down to Bangalore because where we were studying didn't really have the facilities and resources to manufacture it. But that's where I think I got the confidence to be able to see that if we were all a bunch of undergraduates that were building something that had not been built before in the truest sense, right? We couldn't just search up how to build a Hyperloop and it would not return any result.
Right.
There was no advisor we could go to because no one had really built a Hyperloop pod in India or elsewhere. So a lot of things we had to think from first principles, and that is also a phrase that gets thrown around a lot, think from first principles. But in this case, we actually had to do that because there was no other way for us to be able to realize something in the physical form. And that was the experience that taught us how to do it at Pixel. So we legitimately took a step back and said, okay, we will not think about how things are currently being done, how we can make it better. We will take a look at it from first principles. So say, for example, the camera, which is what makes the satellite unique, we broke it down into its different counterparts. So there's the optics to it, there's the sensor to it, and there's the electronics to it. You put it together and you have a camera. Now we looked at what is the cutting edge in optics? How can we build something that's light, that can take in enough amount of light and works as it's supposed to? What's the cutting edge research that's happened in the last 2 years on the sensor tech? What can we procure? What can we build? And then on the electronics, which the Moore's law still sort of applies, where things are getting faster, things are shrinking, right? And that sort of applied everywhere as well. But the one advantage that we had for Pixel was we had scientists who had worked at ISRO, who had built satellites, we had people who had done that globally as well. So in terms of online resources and having people to tell us what not to do was more important rather than what to do. So we wanted to do unique things in terms of what to do, but we wanted to be very clear about what are the things that people have tried and failed and which we should not do. So the mental model is sort of fairly simple, is to be able to know that, okay, this is what you want to achieve. And we're talking about customers here. The first thing we did was we talked to the customers that would buy the data to see what quality of data will be good for them. That gave us the specs for designing the camera, which gave us the specs for designing the satellite. And at all points, we took a step back and decided to question, okay, why has this been done the way it has been done till now? What can we make it better? What tech or engineering advances have happened in the past 2 years that can enable us to make it better, faster, cheaper, and whatnot. I mean, that's sort of how we sort of went about it. The toughest part of doing this was raising the money, but after we had the money, I think to be able to convert that into physical hardware with the support of advisors and others we had, it's just after a point common sense and just taking it from first principles, putting it together. So that would be the answer there.
Right. And sort of you had the history, you had done some mini steps in between, which ultimately gave you the confidence to target something like this. Great point. Thank you. Thanks, Avis. Siraj, as we discussed, like medtech is something like so sensitive. There are lives at stake here. So can you just give us like few points on when someone is building a sophisticated products like this? How did you even think that like partnering with the right CTO, or what did you have in mind? Like, how do you bring the right technology and process in place? Can you just shed some light on that?
Sure. So once again, fundamentally, what we are doing is solving a problem, and technology and everything else is consequential, where it plays a role. So, I think it wasn't as much about that we had this technology idea in mind that we wanted to deploy. It was more about, for example, for SaaS, where you were talking, our team was stationed in an NICU for 2 weeks in the night shift, observing what goes wrong there. And they saw 3 babies being bought by their parent on what is effectively a balloon. It's a rudimentary breathing support system. They were being brought from a lower end center to St. John's NICU to get access to breathing support. And the babies were dead. The parents didn't know. The babies had died on the way. Right. And, it just begs the question that why is this fundamentally simple mode of breathing support not available everywhere? A variation of that is actually available in the consumer market for sleep apnea. The machine that people use for sleep apnea is the same technology, albeit at different setting levels, that you need for a baby. But for some reason, the neonatal technology is only restricted to NICUs where they need compressed oxygen lines, compressed gas lines, and in India, something that is not always available, regular electricity. So our approach has always been, hey, this is a problem. Let's just understand the hell out of it. And then, lay out the specs. What would an ideal solution look like? And then see how we can engineer the solution. So the SaaS product you talked about is designed as a purely mechanical system. And, the patented part, which actually won at the Commonwealth Innovation Award from Prince Harry and all that good stuff, is a way that you can manually power the system to give you NICU grade breathing support.
Okay, that's the innovation bit, right?
That's one of the key innovations. I mean, it has a battery backup, it's portable, it can take any kind of electricity, it can be powered through the energy of an oxygen cylinder. But in the worst case scenario, you don't have that, you can manually power it, and it gives an ICU grade CPAP. So I think, and fetal monitoring, the other product you talked about, is probably extremely complex data analytics, machine learning algorithms to effectively extract out the fetal ECG signal, which is a microvolt signal, from all the electrical activity that is happening, in the mother's body. So it is much more about the problem you're solving and then what technology applies. And for that reason, also the engineers we have, and BITS Pilani seems to be rocking it, because the fetal monitoring system we are building is a BITS Pilani Goa team. So I guess they
Okay.
do some good stuff. But yeah, I think, and for that, our team needs to be pretty flexible. I mean, I people come in with one skill set, but then, if something needs to be done in a weekend, they need to pick up the rudimentary aspects of another area and run with it. So that is really how we are operating. We don't have a technology expertise per se. We've
Okay.
sort of developed a few over the years by working in an area. Like, we're extremely good at flow and pressure control.
Okay.
Sounds very trivial, but we are extremely good at how we push things in and suck things out
Okay.
with our technologies and building intelligence around it. But that is sort of a skill that is developed because we worked on 2 of our products for 5 years in developing them.
Right.
But ours is much more a problem-solving approach, and then deep engineering to develop something, and then, as Geeta said, test the hell out of it. Each of our products has at least gone through 2 of those clinical trials she was talking about with publications. They have US FDA and European CE approvals. You have to make sure that the product meets all quality standards before you let it out on a patient. And in India, we do not have a full regulatory regime yet for medtech. A lot of products like ours are not even regulated or don't come under actual regulation. So we rely on US FDA and European CE as a stamp of quality and reliability.
Right. Right. Great. And so since you talked about a lot of BITS Pilani people coming in and all those, so we have good audience with us. So I'm going to in this round, it's open to all the panelists. These people want to work with cutting edge companies like you, and I'm sure you are looking for best of the talent. So here's a chance, what are you looking for when you're hiring engineers? Here's your hiring pitch. Why should good people join you? And what kind of technologies are you looking to recruit? Let me start with Geeta.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're interested in, I'll say first, because I'm sure you have smart students out here. If you get a kick out of solving challenging problems, join us. We'll figure out, which technology you like and how we connect, right? That's what I would say.
Okay, cool. And I know you gave in the book, you gave me example that people joined in one role and then they were passionate about something, and you have been flexible about moving them around in the team.
Really about passion to solve the problem and alignment. It's very, very important.
Right. Awesome. Guys, take a note. If you want to make a big impact, especially in rural healthcare, making an impact on a lot of women and helping them, then Nirama is the place to be. Saurabh, what would you add?
So typically my hiring pitch is that we are solving some, deep tech problems, and we would love for, people who want to work on cutting edge join us. But I think the other panelists are also solving equally harder problems. So that pitch probably won't work. But people who are interested in voice as a technology want to, build some, create some social impact in India and other emerging economies in the world. This is the place to be. The product that we are building is inevitable. And it is going to change the way customer experience works for enterprises globally. We are hiring people straight out of college and people with experience, and the kind of culture that we've built. Our whole R&D team is the most experienced person is 4 years of experience. So the kind of culture that you're going to get is very. It's a college-like culture for a tech team in the startup. And what we look for is learnability. The technology that we are working on is evolving very quickly. So it doesn't matter what you've done in the past, as long as you have a very thorough understanding of theory and basics. So just a small advice would be, instead of focusing on template problems, try to understand how technologies work.
I have an audience question for you, Saurabh. Let me just plug it in here itself. What are the NLP technologies which Viva system is built on? Do you want to answer that?
I mean, in the interest of time, it's not one thing, it's a lot of different things. So we have maybe a few hundred models running at any point of time, because there are multiple problems that we are solving in NLP. But you can assume everything, word to vec, LSTMs, transfer learning, all of those things are used across models. In fact, we have, for same problem, we have multiple models with different performances, and we keep switching in between them.
Cool. Okay, we need to wrap up in next 5 minutes. So Aves, do you want to add what are you looking for in engineers?
So I think what the main thing that we look for is the passion to sort of work on the problem, as was mentioned here before. It's very important that they're passionate and they like what they're doing. But in terms of what we look for, I think it's a couple of things. One, a demonstrated history of excellence. It doesn't have to necessarily be in the same domain, but to be able to show that they can actually take something and have worked on it and can execute on things. And secondly, just the aptitude to learn. None of the people that we hired knew exactly what needed to be done in the field. They picked up things along the way. We talked to people, searched on the internet. So like, we don't really care what the degree is, where you're coming from, as long as you're able to show that there's an aptitude to learn, you can pick up things quickly. So that would be what we would look for in terms of the sales pitch. I mean, we are actually building something literally out of the world. So if you want to contribute to that, we are always here to talk.
Great. Siraj.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I think I sense a lot of competition for talent, the kind we want, because everybody looks for similar things. But that's great. I think I think each one of the companies here really doesn't need to pitch to students. I think if a student has a passion in one of those companies areas, then that is the best job in the world they can have. And if they do not have a passion in that area, no amount of pitching.
Then it doesn't matter.
So for us,
Right.
really, it is, we are literally just saving lives, right? Our portfolio already, shoestring budget portfolio, addresses about 700,000 deaths in India alone. So for us, what we like to do is just have somebody come over and hang, spend a day or two with us. They spend time in the labs, and pretty soon, you know whether somebody is going to be, adding value, whether this is something they are excited about. And, that usually is how we make decisions. And then, as the others said, people will evolve, people can go into different roles. It doesn't matter. We don't know what we are doing half the time, so we don't expect them to. So.
Makes sense. The admin is giving me warning, but I'm going to squeeze this thing because this is very important for our audience. Can you guys just have one line of what are the best learning resources? Like, you are working on these new technologies, there is no precedence for it, there's maybe no textbooks in their courses. How can they learn about these things? What is your favorite mode of learning? Is it research papers? Is it MOOCs? Anything coming to mind? Within 1 minute, if you can share. Anyone?
Yeah, get your hands dirty. Pick up some data, work on it, do it as a small project. That's the best way to learn.
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree with that. But in things where you're doing something truly unique that not a lot of people have done, just reach out to people. The internet is a wonderful tool. You have LinkedIn, you have email. Just try to people who are experts in the field or done something, talk to them, and then get your hands dirty. I think talking to people who have been there, done that helps quite a bit.
Makes sense. Siraj, you were saying something.
I think what I would recommend as a learning resource for people is, once again, getting their heads around this whole, concept of problem solving as a reason for technology development. And something that has completely guided our organization, and that is my Bible, and for most of the people in our company, is a book called Biodesign. And it's written by one of the most prolific and successful medtech innovators in the US, along with a Stanford professor. And it's a master's program being run by Stanford as well.
Guys, check that out.
Not just for the medical field, but in general for anybody who wants to understand, the
process
solving and the process.
Right. Great. Saurabh, you were saying.
Yeah, again, it depends on the, what you want to learn, right? There's enough and more material out there. But one thing that we did initially was, I don't come from a voice or an AI background before we started.
Right.
I studied metallurgy for all it, matters to students out there. So what I did was I ended up reading over 100 research papers in the first few months of starting up, and that just cleared my fundamentals, and beyond that point, I've sort of, I know what's going on in R&D, even I'm so far away from it, and my job is primarily sales right now.
Right. Got it, guys. Due to lack of time, I would love to continue, but maybe we'll continue in the book. So thanks to all the panelists. Thank you. I think that was an insightful session for the audience. If there are more questions, we'll pass it on to you. And for more about deep tech, yes, we will keep exploring it in the book. So stay tuned for our book. We will share it with the audience when it comes. Thank you so much. And over to you, Shruti.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Such a pleasure hosting you all at India Science Festival. An absolute honor for all our attendees as well as the entire. I mean, really, the discussion was so enriching and inspiring for anybody who wants to actively explore, venturing into entrepreneurship. It's so important to look up to people who have already, worked in the field. And I think just getting to be virtually be amidst all of you and be a part of such an interesting conversation has meant a lot to all of us. So thank you so much for joining. An absolute
Thank
pleasure
you,
to host you.
Shruti. Let me hop off now. I think you have something else.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thanks a lot. It was an
Bye.
absolute
Bye.
pleasure. Thank you. Well, that was a very interesting session. Like we mentioned, we have a lot of interesting interdisciplinary talks and panel discussions at our festival. This one actively explored how entrepreneurs and businesses can invest in deep tech, and definitely gained a lot out of it. And I'm sure so did all of you. With that, I think we are all set for our next and the final talk for today. Can I please request Mr. Pawan Deshpande, our next speaker, to turn on his video and audio? Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Such a pleasure to host you at ISF.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. For all our attendees, I'd just like to tell you all that Mr. Deshpande is joining us all the way from San Francisco, and he's going to talk to us about artificial intelligence and COVID. Again, a very, very interesting topic and something that all of us are very, very excited about. Mr. Deshpande is the head of model operations at Domino Data Lab in San Francisco and is also the founder and CEO of Curata, which provides SaaS technology for curation, workflow, calendaring, and full funnel analytics for content marketing. So this is a very, very interesting talk that we're all very excited about. And I must say that one of my favorite things while I was doing my research on our speaker is that his Twitter handle is @idlivada, which is a very interesting thing for all of us, I think. And sir, we're very excited about this talk, and we'll be taking questions from our audience in the last 10 to 15 minutes. And we'll be relaying the questions to you towards the end of the talk. So I think without any further ado, over to you.
Great, sounds good. Thanks so much for having me, and good evening, everyone. I'm really excited about the talk today. It's the intersection of two very timely and kind of hot topics, which is AI and COVID. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, great. And you should be able to see my title slide now. Great. Okay. So what I'm going to be talking about today is how COVID has also infected AI models, and especially why did they fail? Just to give you some background, I come from a technical background. I went to MIT and worked at Microsoft, Google, then started my own company along the way. And then more recently, I started a role at Domino Data Lab as head of model operations, and I'll talk to you more about what that is. And my background and my exposure to data science was originally in natural language processing. That's kind of my area of specialization. And now the last panel touched upon that topic as well. So great. So with that, I'd like to get started here. So as every person on this planet knows, COVID-19 has had a horrible impact on all walks of human life. Even animals have been infected by this too, animal life as well. And in terms of human life, millions of people have died. I'm sure all of you know at least someone who's been infected at this point. And it's been a very devastating and sad tragedy about this virus. And it's not just in terms of human lives and sickness, but also economically. I think with the exception of the Chinese economy, almost every country has had severe recessions resulting in job losses. It's threatened the livelihood of many people. Particularly in India, I know many people had come out of poverty in the past decade, and this calamity has pushed them back into poverty. So it's been a very sad situation that's been very close to home for many folks. And on top of that, the lockdown measures have had other impact as well. They've led to many social problems. They've impacted education. Children have not been able to go to school. It's impacted kind of their psychological health, and it's just all of us, our overall well-being. It's been a big upset to our norms. But one unforeseen impact has not we've seen kind of the impact on humans and animals, but one unforeseen impact has been on artificial intelligence. And many AI algorithms have also been infected, so to speak, because of COVID-19. And this has sometimes resulted in very drastic consequences, and it's been largely invisible. People haven't really noticed this. And so you may ask, how can a biological virus, not a computer virus, but a biological virus, infect a machine? And in this talk here today, I'm going to dive into how artificial intelligence works, how machine learning more specifically works, and how COVID has in fact harmed many of these algorithms. And after we talk about that, we'll talk about how we can make our algorithms and AI more resilient to events like this, so that they're less impacted by this. To draw the analogy for COVID, how to kind of help them build a better immune system, how to vaccinate them against such calamities in the future. So with that, first I want to give you a quick lesson on how machine learning models work. We need to really understand this first before we learn about how COVID has affected machine learning models. So many of you may already kind of know how they work, but I just want to kind of take it back to fundamentals here. And then from there, we can then talk about how these models can get infected. So I like to often think of a machine learning model about the same way that we think of a toddler. When a child enters the world, they're really like a blank slate. They know a few kind of basic things that they've kind of learned through maybe genetics perhaps, or in the womb. But in large part, they're coming to this world with a blank slate. And the way that children learn is through examples, repetitive examples over and over, and through experience. It's kind of experiential learning. And by doing something and seeing the outcome and learning over and over, and then they eventually kind of learn how things operate in the world and learn how to make appropriate decisions. So let's take this example a little further. Let's say you're this young child here, and you walk into the kitchen. And you walk in the kitchen and you see this pot on the stove here. And it's a shiny pot, and you've seen your parents serve food out of the pot, and it's been tasty at times. So you're curious to see what's inside. And so what you do is you go ahead and you grab that pot, and you end up burning your hand because it's hot. So that's day one. The next day you come into the kitchen again and you see another pot on the stove, and you're curious again, what's inside, and you grab it. But this time you don't burn your hand. And then the next day you come in, you see another shiny pot in the kitchen, and this time you grab it and you do burn your hand. Now let's say we continue this for a month. Every day you come in, you see a pot on the stove, and you grab it and try to open it. Sometimes you burn yourself, sometimes you don't. So first of all, I think this would be a very painful way of learning, a painful experience for a child, but maybe the way some of us have learned about what burns us and what doesn't. But secondly, I bet by doing this over and over again, a child would be able to learn. In fact, they'd be able to predict if they should touch the pot or not. Without actually having to touch it, they would know if it's hot or not. And how could the child do that? Well, the child may look for a few clues. So let's look at how a child may actually learn this pattern here. So first, a child may notice if the pot has steam coming from it. If it has steam coming from it, they may notice this pattern. Whenever there's steam coming out of the pot and I touch it, I burn my hand. So they may learn this rule in their head: if there's steam, I should not touch the pot. Or they may look under the pot, not above it, but under, and see, if the gas or the Bunsen burner under the pot is on, then it's probably hot. And so if they see a blue flame, they'll recognize that, okay, if there's a blue flame under it, the pot is hot, I should not touch the pot. And there may be, these are just kind of two indicators of whether the pot is hot. There may be another 10 out there that you can think of right now. And in this manner, a child may observe these patterns and correlate them to the outcome. And the outcome here is whether they'll burn their hand or not. So the inputs are these things that they observe. The outputs are the end result of that. And in this manner, a child may learn the basic way of predicting if the pot is hot or not. And this is basically how machine learning works. We give an algorithm many examples and it learns the indicators, or in data science parlance, features, and map them to the outputs. And by providing sufficient examples, we can learn a mapping between the features and the outputs. In this example, the presence of steam or the flame are inputs, and whether the pot is hot or not is output. This is a relatively simple example, but actual machine learning models may look at thousands of input features, and they may require millions of examples to accurately predict what the output would be. About 15 years ago, I worked in Google in the office in India, and at the time, Google had the best machine translation model, and they probably do on the planet. So this is Google Translate, where you can type in a sentence in one language, have it come out in another. And Google has a lot of very talented scientists, and I think that contributed to the accuracy of the model and how well it performed. But more than that, the reason why Google was so much better than other companies was because they just had more data. They had more examples to train the model on. To give you another example, if you look at machine learning algorithms in the past for machine translation, the best performing languages have been Arabic and Chinese. And you may wonder why our machine translation model is so much better in Arabic and Chinese. And you may think it's something structural about the language. They may be easier to learn, the grammar about them, but it's actually not. It's because the United States Department of Defense has so much translated documents where they have a document in Arabic and the translated version in English, and same for Chinese because of intelligence gathering, that they have so many examples to train these machine learning models on. And so they have so many more examples, so they end up being the more smarter and more accurate algorithms. So data matters a lot. Data is really, it's not only about what model you build and what artificial intelligence techniques you use, but the data is really a key driver in terms of determining the accuracy and how good a model is. So now that we know kind of how a machine learning model works, I want to talk about how we actually go about building it. So first, when we create a machine learning model or algorithm, we have to train it. So we have to give it many examples with inputs and the corresponding correct answers. And given sufficient examples, we can build a very accurate model. So we train it, and then we get this blue box here. This is a machine learning model, or ML model for short. But how do we know if this model is actually accurate? So what we do is we now have to validate it. So this is the validation phase. And we take that same machine learning model that we built in the previous phase, and then we use a test set. So a test set is just another set of inputs and examples. So in the analogy I just gave, it's the observations if the pot has steam or if the gas is on, and if the child got burnt or not. And so we provide another set of examples, and we can then send the inputs. We can just send if there was steam or gas to the model. It'll then predict whether if the pot is hot or not. And then based on that, we can then compare what we predicted against what the actual answer is, and we can compute the model accuracy. And then we get a score about how well this model predicts the outcome. And if it is not good enough, we can always go back and train the algorithm more, provide more data for the model to train, change how the model works, and then come back to validation phase. And it's an iterative process that we do over and over again until we're satisfied with the accuracy score. And once we think it's very reliable and it's satisfactory, then we then take it to the production phase. So this is where we actually start using a model to do something useful. So here we take real world inputs, and then we then send it to the model. So we take the things we're observing. So if the gas is on or if there's steam, we send it to the machine learning model. It then makes a prediction. And then we then take the prediction and use it for some other application to get some use out of it. So example here is we can then take it and send it to a robot that will then decide whether it should grab the pot or not. Or we can send it to a little app that tells the child whether it should grab that pot or not, just as by means of an example here. So, so here are some real world applications where machine learning models could be used. When you're doing Google Maps and seeing how long your commute may be or what route you should take, that is a machine learning model behind the scenes that's been trained, and then it'll find the best route for you. The outcome doesn't always have to be binary. It doesn't have to be a yes or no decision. It could be a ranking in terms of search results, for example. It could be generating natural language, so generating a paragraph of text. It could be generating a route. So it's not always just a yes/no decision, but I just showed you that as an illustrative example. Here's some other places you may have experienced machine learning models in your day-to-day life here. So if you've used Google Translation, Google Transliteration specifically, that's actually an algorithm that I worked on a long time ago. This is using machine learning behind the scenes. If you have applied for a bank loan or a credit card, often your credit score is determined by a machine learning model. It takes your payment history and how much debt you carry and how many cards you have and so forth, and computes what your credit score should be. In the US, the SAT examination used to give admission to colleges, there's an essay section, or there has been in the past, and that's graded by humans, but in addition, there are computers that grade it as well. And so often it can determine your admission to university. When you go shopping online, the price of an online item, that is determined by machine learning in many cases that look at seasonality and demand, or surveillance systems that do facial recognition and determine if you're a wanted person or a suspicious person based on your behavior in an airport. And these are just a few examples, but as you can see, the applications of AI are for critical systems and for very diverse applications as well. You can only imagine what could happen if these algorithms start behaving improperly. And that's exactly what happened during COVID. So next, let's talk about how some machine learning models can degrade with some real examples, including those that are induced by the COVID crisis. But before we do so, there's one more concept we need to understand, and that's the concept of data drift. So data drift is simply a change in model input data that leads to model performance degradation. I'll say it one more time. It's a change in model input data, what's going into the model, that leads to a performance degradation that causes it not to perform as well in terms of what it's predicting. So just by way of illustration, if you remember, earlier we used a training data set to train a machine learning model. We provided examples of what we observed. So these are the inputs and the actual correct answer. We then put it into the training algorithm, and then it produced a machine learning model. And then we then validated it and then started using it in a production setting. So in a production setting, we got actual live real world inputs. We sent it to the trained machine learning model, and then it then made predictions, yes or no. And then those outputs were then sent to an application to use it downstream. Now this works great, and this works great as long as your training data is similar and representative of the real world data that you're predicting on. But in some cases, these can start to diverge, and this leads to data drift and poor predictions. So as the training data set looks more and more different from the real world input that you're getting, then you start to run into problems, because the model is no longer predicting on data that looks similar to what you actually trained it for. Let's look at a few examples. So the first example is from a company in the US known as Instacart. I wasn't able to find an Indian equivalent of this, but perhaps you may be familiar with one. Instacart partners with grocery stores in the US, and it lets customers order their groceries online and have them delivered at home. And Instacart, they have machine learning models in the back end to predict the inventory and item availability in grocery stores. And this lets them accurately offer which products are available through their ordering app. So if they think something is going to be out of stock and it's not going to be in the grocery store anymore, they won't let people order that item. And what happened is when the COVID lockdown started in the US, consumers started changing their buying patterns and started hoarding goods. They started kind of overbuying and stockpiling things that they thought they may need in case the food supply chain breaks down. One of the funny things is the most hoarded item was toilet paper. And everyone started hoarding this, and no matter what store you went to, you can find toilet paper. I don't know why. I don't know what that has to do with COVID, but people started doing that. And then because everyone did it, everyone just kind of got in it. I'm guilty of that as well. But in any case, this changed the buying patterns, and it caused the inputs for the machine learning model to significantly differ from what Instacart had trained the model on. And as a result, the accuracy of their model in terms of the accuracy of predicting whether an item is available or not dropped from 93% to 61%. As I mentioned, many of the loan applications and credit scores are automatically computed using machine learning models. But with COVID-19, what happened is there was a drastic change in people's spending habits. And with the recession, it's even more exaggerated. People often weren't, they didn't have the ability to pay off their credit card debt because they had job losses or they were furloughed. And this caused a large divergence from what the credit models had been previously trained on. And so there's a divergence in terms of what the credit models have been trained on and what the model is now seeing in the real world. And this led to data drift and a drop in accuracy of those machine learning models. Another example here, in March 2020, when the COVID lockdown hit, it was actually the most volatile month in US stock market history. And this volatility was different than what algorithms had faced before. So a lot of hedge funds use quantitative trading algorithms where there are algorithms that will actually do trades. So they'll observe patterns in the world or patterns in previous stock trades and then automatically trade. And it often is done in milliseconds. So faster than a human can decide whether a stock should be sold or bought. And so these algorithms, they start observing this crazy volatility that they've never seen before and they've never been trained on before. And that diverged from what they'd been trained on. And so as a result, they started misfiring, like selling and trading in erratic patterns. And some funds lost as much as 21%. They had 21% losses in the month of March alone as a result of this. Another example here is, that's been reported has been image recognition models. So machine learning models that were previously able to classify images of people working in the office. It was classifying what they're doing. They weren't able to do so as accurately because most office workers were now working at home. And the model thought they're performing leisure activities rather than office work. So these need to be retrained. Another example here is even weather forecasting models started to fail post-COVID. In this case, it wasn't because the input data was different than pre-COVID, it's because there's a loss of data. A lot of weather forecasting models use aircraft, cruise ships, satellites, offshore buoys in the ocean, weather balloons, ground stations, radar as data sources for their models. But because of lockdowns, there's a reduction in flights and cruise ships because people aren't traveling as much. And so there's less input data into these forecasting models, which led to less accurate weather forecasts. Another report said because of the pandemic, a lot more people are signing up for services like Netflix and other streaming services. And this influx of video subscribers reduced the quality of personalized video recommendations. So when you sign in, you see what you should watch based on your previous viewing habits, those recommendations got worse because these algorithms weren't used to seeing so many new people and so started messing with their collaborative filtering applications. And I spoke firsthand with a data scientist who worked at an airline recently, and they were using machine learning models to compute the seat prices. So when you go and try to book make a reservation on their site, the prices there are automatically determined by a machine learning model by looking at the route, how long it is, the time of day, the type of aircraft, a lot of different factors. And this model was pre-trained. It was trained pre-COVID, but after COVID, the demand for airline seats drastically reduced because of people not traveling as much. But the model was unaware of this. And during the summer, it continued to display high prices because it thought that people were vacationing in the summer. And so there's a lot of demand. So it was putting high prices on the website, but people didn't want to travel as much. There's low demand. And so those seats weren't getting booked on top of the low demand already. And so it resulted in real hard revenue loss for the airline. And it's not just COVID that's messed with AI models. I'm located in California here, and I recently spoke with an energy company that uses machine learning models to automatically decide which high transmission wires, which routes they should send electricity. And during the recent California wildfires that you may have read about in the news, where I think there were more than 1 million acres burnt, the model started behaving erratically because the sensors, the temperature sensors on those transmission lines weren't able to detect temperature as accurately. That's an input that goes into these models that determine where the electricity should be sent. And they started reporting colder temperatures than actual because the smoke was interfering with the sensors. And so because of that, they started sending more electricity to lines that were actually already overheated. And so that just further exacerbates kind of the wildfire type conditions. So those are a bunch of examples of how COVID has had a real impact on AI models. So next, I want to talk about how we can make machine learning models immune or more resilient to data drift. So one easy way to reduce the risk of data drift is simply to retrain a machine learning model more. So for example, if we train a machine learning model, so we get our output model, and then we take it to production, we start making predictions, and we start to notice a divergence between the training data and the real world data, even if we don't notice that, even if we don't even know that these are diverging from each other, if every day we just retrain our model over and over again, we're assured that the most it can drift is within a day. So even if it starts behaving erratically, it's going to behave erratically for a day, and then it's going to reset, and it's going to be trained on fresh data, so it's going to be reflective of the real world as of yesterday. So you're going to have 24 hours of exposure. So that's one way you can deal with it. But that requires you to have a lot of data that has the correct answers to retrain on every day, and that's not always available, and that's sometimes expensive to get. So most organizations cannot retrain every day on a periodic basis. So in lieu of that, what we can do is monitor the models, and what this means is we can continuously compare the differences in distribution between the training data set and the input data set that we're making predictions from. So on the slide here, you can see in red the training data. So these are the inputs to the model when you train. And then in blue, we can see the inputs that we're using to make predictions on. And we can look at and see if they look similar or not. So just to give you an example here, if we're making predictions and one of the features is if there's a lot of males in the population, and then all of a sudden we're making a lot of predictions, there's a lot more females in the population, we can see that something has changed here. Why are there a lot more females in the population? And they're diverging from each other. So we can use statistical divergence tests and then notice that there's drift occurring. Similarly, we can look at changes in the prediction output. So when our model makes a prediction, and we can look at the actual value, the ground truth data. So this is what the model is predicting versus what it should be predicting. We can compare those and get model quality metrics. So these are the two things we can look at: the divergence, which is a difference in the inputs, and model quality metrics, which are the divergence in the outputs. And if we continuously monitor that, we can start to get a handle on if a model is misbehaving or has a potential to misbehave. Based on that, we can then go ahead and retrain the model. So we can retrain it as we talked about in the previous step, but now we only have to do it as and when we need it. We don't always have to retrain the model. We can sometimes take the model offline if it's really behaving badly. We can roll back to a previous version of the model. So there's a number of different steps you can do. A data scientist can go and introspect the model and perhaps try to rebuild it with a little more intuition. But monitoring is key. It kind of gives us eyes and lets us determine what's going on. Okay. Next I want to just quickly cover about this monitoring and monitoring for machine learning models. Monitoring has been around for a while for systems overall and machine learning, but traditionally it's been system monitoring. So it's been focused on monitoring costs, so the actual dollars or rupees cost of hosting models on servers, and then the computation cost to actually make a prediction. Or monitoring has been about operations costs, so how much memory, how much disk usage, how much CPU, how much network traffic is there when we run the systems to make predictions. So these systems exist, and they've existed for more than a decade now. The new area though that's really cutting edge is model monitoring, and that's what I showed you on the previous slide here when we were looking at model quality metrics and divergence metrics. And this is looking at things like data drift. So we talked about if the training data has diverged from the prediction data, if the model quality has changed, so if the model is no longer predicting as accurately, or data quality. So in the California wildfire example, if the input data, the data quality, if the sensors are sending kind of not as high quality data, these types of systems can detect that. And so this is a very new area for monitoring models. It's different, and it's particularly challenging because models can fail silently. Models that are not working well, they'll continue to make predictions. So it's not like, you know, other types of software applications where you may get an error or, you know, you get a 500 error, you know, in terms of web application. These will continue to make predictions. It's just the predictions aren't that accurate and they're probabilistic in nature. So they can go on for a long time without anyone actually noticing that they're misbehaving. And so these new systems continuously monitor these machine learning models and then can alert proactively a data scientist if something has gone astray. So I'm going to end with just kind of where the future of model monitoring is. You know, as we talked previously, you know, first we train our model, we then validate it, and then we can then use it to make predictions. And then that's then sent to a downstream application to do something. To make these systems more resilient to data drift, what we can do is we can continuously monitor the inputs as we talked about and the outputs of the production model. And if we detect data drift or model quality change, we can then automatically train the model to keep it up to date. And so it's kind of a system that can be completely automated where it makes predictions and it's kind of self-monitors. And if it detects that things have gone astray, it goes and relearns. And so this is, I think, where a lot of data science is heading. You know, I think there's very few organizations that have kind of completed this whole loop, but this is kind of where the industry and data scientists are going. Another area in terms of the future of model monitoring is not just detecting when a model fails. That's the first part of monitoring, but the next piece is then why a model failed. So being able to introspect into a model, and this is known as explainability, you can kind of see for what kind of inputs and subsets of data is it less accurate, and you can kind of dive into there. So with that, I want to wrap things up and answer a few of the questions that have been trickling in. So the four takeaways that I have for here today are that machine learning models are used in many systems that we use in daily lives, and you've probably used one today without even knowing it in the back end. And this will only increase as there are more models and they're used for more critical applications. But these models are susceptible to failure when their input drifts from the training data. And COVID-19, it accelerated many things, you know, a lot of offline remote work. You know, people say it's accelerated kind of what would take humans 10 years to do in 3 months. In a similar way, it's highlighted the real risk of data drift of AI. And luckily, though, that there's emerging technology that to detect and address these issues. I think, you know, my kind of vision for model monitoring is it's similar to antivirus software. You can use your computer fine without running antivirus software. And then at some point you may get a virus and then you realize you need to monitor your system all along to see if you do have a virus and then fix it. And I think, you know, data science is going through a similar phenomenon where, you know, a lot of people are running machine learning models without monitoring it. But at some point, something bad happens and then they realize they should have had monitoring all along. And then pretty soon it'll become standard. Whenever you launch a machine learning model, you'll have monitoring in place from day one. And so I think that's where things are headed. And I think that's the good news, despite all the challenges that machine learning models have faced with COVID, is that it's really advanced the development and the importance of technology to rectify and monitor these models. So thank you very much for having me. As was mentioned, my Twitter handle is Idliwara. It's a very easy one to remember. So feel free to send me tweets there or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to take questions at this point.
Thank you so much for giving us a fascinating insight into not only how ubiquitous AI is around us, but even perhaps these issues that most of us were not aware of. We've had a lot of questions trickling in for us, not only on this webinar, but through our other social media channels also. And let's try to go through as many of them, and you let me know when time runs out for you.
Sounds good.
The first question that we have is that COVID-19 may have sort of highlighted these risks, but these are not dependent only on COVID-19, right? And as more events like these happen, perhaps not at the scale, but more events like these happen, are we perhaps over-dependent on AI models for most of our everyday needs?
Yeah, I think that's more of a philosophical question. You know, are we over-dependent on things? You know, I don't think that it matters what the answer to that question is. I think, you know, the direction is that we'll just continue to be more and more dependent. You know, we haven't even talked about features of things like self-driving cars and all of that. So yeah, you could argue that. I mean, you could argue that any technology. Are we over dependent on our mobile phones? Most of us are, right? You know, if we lose that, then we can't really operate and function the way we would. So so yeah, I think it could be argued that we are over dependent on them. But at the same time, I think they'll increasingly become a necessity, just as other technologies have become parts of our lives.
Okay. And like you just said, that these are becoming a necessity. One would assume that making these models more robust would also become a necessity. And you just pointed out retraining AI as one method to do it. Do you think that this retraining in real life is actually possible, not just because of expensive input data, but also because of computational resources that may be required?
It depends on the nature of the model. I think, you know, one of the biggest limiting factor isn't necessarily the compute, but more the access to the ground truth data. So these are the output labels. So knowing for the real world data that you make predictions on, what the actual correct answers are. And for a lot of applications, that requires a human in the loop. A human has to tell the algorithm what the right answer is or not. And so for those types of applications, it's not as easy. The turnaround time is not as instantaneous. There are other applications where it is instantaneous. So example would be e-commerce systems. You make a prediction for a product, you show advertisement, and then you know if they clicked on that ad or not. And so those are ones where you get ground truth data instantaneously. And so those are ones where it's very easy to retrain on. But there are other ones where you do need a human in the loop, and that slows down the ability to retrain, and it adds costs. It's not the computation cost, but it's actually the human annotation cost. That's where I've kind of seen the hang up.
I see. And what do you think are the learnings that we can take away from how AI models have behaved in COVID, apart from just the importance of data drift?
Yeah, well, I think it's that this is a large risk that you know, people haven't really focused on to date, and I think it just highlighted. You know, we've never seen such a large shift in terms of all across the board, in terms of economic changes, economic behavior, social behavior, you know, travel, everything changed in the world, right, overnight. And we've never had something like that happen before in modern times, when AI systems were so critical in our lives. So I think we've kind of seen, as the first question you alluded to, are we over dependent on them? We've kind of seen our dependency on them, and I think it's really highlighted that, and then the risk we face. So I hope, you know, the lesson learned here is that we are dependent, so we need to take, you know, better precautions, have better safeguards in the future, because there will be unforeseen events happening in the future, and we don't know what those are because they are unforeseen. And so the question is, how do we better prepare for this?
Again, like you just said, we have to better prepare for a lot of these unforeseen events. And on that note, there was something you pointed out in your talk about weather predictions, where the issue data drift might have been there, but there was also an issue of suddenly input data dwindled in size. Are there ways to approach that particular problem? And is this something that you see happening often as we go in the future?
Yeah. So yeah, just to kind of reiterate, the question is around the not just data drift, but the input data kind of being incorrect or having gaps in that. And I think that's actually quite common. In some ways, it's more prevalent than data drift. Data drift takes a while to occur. It's a little more silent. The data pipelines getting messed up is kind of much more common. This could happen for a number of reasons. You know, I was talking with the company yesterday where they have sensors on oil rigs, and you know, the sensors are faulty, and so they will lose that input. Their model still makes predictions, so they built their models to be resilient so that they can still operate in the absence of data. It just may not be as accurate. And then what they do is, once the sensors come back online, they get all the retroactive data, and then they can then make retroactive predictions. So building, you know, more resilient algorithms that can operate in an okay basis, maybe not as accurately in the absence of data, and then being able to go and retroactively work. That's one way of doing it. So you know, there are a number of different ways to address that. It could be human-induced error in the data pipeline. So let's say you're taking temperature data and it's in Celsius, and then someone upstream changes it to Fahrenheit. The computation you can see that causing issues. So just building our algorithms so that they can be more resilient to that, I think, is one way of addressing it, or making them so that they can retroactively take action in the absence of data.
I see. Thank you so much for clearing all of these things for us. Some of our audience members also want to know a little bit more about you and your opinions on certain things.
Sure.
One of the questions that we've got is, what actually encouraged you to move from computer science to entrepreneurship?
Yeah,
and what is the motivation behind Kirata?
Sure, yeah. So I don't see them as very different from each other. I think maybe I could just talk about my motivation for getting into computer science in the first place. I've always liked building things. I started coding when I was in the 4th grade, and so I just have always liked building things. And the natural extension of building software applications is building a company. So the motivation behind Kirata is I can kind of go into the business space and motivation, but I just always like building things, and I think a natural extension of building software is to build teams, companies, products, processes. It's all the same skill set that ultimately comes back to whether it's computer science or any other engineering field. So that was kind of the natural continuation of my journey.
And what was the particular motivation behind Kirata?
Yeah, so Kirata, my background was in natural language processing, and so I back then, I was looking at the world, and the idea there was that there's a lot of content that people are producing in the blogosphere and the newssphere, and just like how anyone can go create their own blog on any topic, my thought was you can democratize news aggregation. So just like there's Google News, my thought was you can go and build your own mini Google News sites on any topic that you're interested in and monetize them. So you can kind of make your own news portals. And under the hood, we would take care of all the content aggregation, the natural language processing, the information retrieval, the machine learning to rank the content and cluster it and so forth. And the common user can just use the technology. That was the hypothesis. So we built out the technology, and we found that there actually wasn't a market for it. People would go build the sites, but then they wouldn't get any traffic. And so we started looking for other applications of technology. And to make a long story short, we found that marketers in companies had the opposite issue. They knew how to market their content and market things, but they didn't have any content to market in the first place. And they didn't have writers to go create content for their blogs and to stay engaged in social media. They didn't know what to post. They didn't have enough content to post on there. And this is just when Twitter and all these other platforms are coming online. And here we have this very powerful engine that could go find very relevant content from the web. So we found the need for content and an engine that could go and find content, very relevant content, and we put the two together. And that's what got us to kind of the initial stages of Kirata.
Wow, thank you for an amazing insight into what happens behind the scenes when companies like Kirata are set up.
Yeah, and it's often not the initial idea that kind of you have. It's more of a journey. That's what I like to highlight.
I think we can take one last question. And somebody wants to know that you wrote an article about how Facebook data is still vulnerable. Mm-hmm. And they want to know how AI models are adapting in terms of privacy and ethical issues.
Sure, yeah, it's a great question. So my Facebook data article wasn't about AI, it was more about an algorithm that I wrote 17 years ago now that has been incorporated into Facebook's recommendation algorithm. When you log in, it recommends who your friends may be. And that's similar to an algorithm that I developed at Microsoft a while back, and I found a privacy vulnerability. So it doesn't directly relate to that, but I think the privacy and ethical issues are very real for AI. In terms of privacy, some ways that algorithms handle this is algorithms do need a lot of private sensitive data to make accurate predictions. I'll just give you an example. If it's predicting, if someone is prone to a certain type of cancer, they need the whole gene sequence array to make a prediction. Or to make a credit score analysis, they may need, demographic information and so forth. So these algorithms do need that data. Ways to mitigate kind of a privacy risk is to de-identify the data. So try to, remove any actual markers that can identify a person. Another way would be to use proxy data, so to map those values and have map a one-to-one mapping between one value and another. So in case there's a data breach, that is not, the original source data is not exposed, that could be sensitive. So those are some of the kind of ways that I've seen people handling privacy. The ethical issue is much larger, and I think that is similar to data drift in many ways. You want to not only monitor your models for model quality and data drift, but also for bias as well. I'll give you an example. We talked about loan applications. There have been stories of algorithms which have been found to approve loan applications for certain populations based on ethnicity, or based on Apple had one where they're giving higher credit card limits for males versus females, and these weren't necessarily intentional. I think the data scientists who designed algorithms weren't intentionally doing it, but there was data leakage. So they would omit the features that say what the gender is or what the race would be, but where it was leaking in is the zip code they may live in or their buying habits. And using those, you can then the algorithm on its own was automatically kind of inferring what their race was or what gender they are, and then making up what's there. So there are now techniques to monitor, based on what the actual gender or race is, how much loan applications, for example, are they providing, and so you can monitor bias in those regards. So there are new systems just like monitoring. Another layer of that is bias monitoring too, and I think that's kind of at the cutting edge of technology, and I think that'll be more prevalent, and there may be even government regulations that companies will have to have such technologies running to monitor for bias. So I think that's where things are headed, and we do have to keep an eye on that as a community.
I see. Well, the last hour or so has flown past, and we could talk about these pressing issues for multiple more hours, but this is where we will have to end for today. Thank you so much on behalf of the entire team of the India Science Festival for taking time out to speak to us about such pressing and important issues for today. Just one last question for you. What role do you think platforms like the India Science Fest play in communicating credible science to the general public?
Sure, yeah. Well, I think a lot of us read about, just with regards to this panel, a lot of us read about AI, in the news and stuff like that, but or watching movies, and people have a very different preconceived notion about what AI could be. They think of Terminator and AI taking over the world and bad things, but we actually use a lot of this technology on a day-to-day basis, and we use a lot of science on a day-to-day basis, and we don't even really appreciate and observe that. So I think this provides a platform for people to get kind of hands-on exposure to how these science and engineering is impacting our day-to-day lives, and to inspire us that it's within reach. It's not something that we see in sci-fi movies, but it's something that we benefit from as ordinary people, and it's also something that we can develop and create and be part of the creation of it going forward. So thank you very much for putting this platform together.
Thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Yeah.
With that, we come to the end of today's sessions. There is a feedback form for you in the chat, and I request all of you to please fill it. Your feedback for us is very important, and it helps us create a better experience for you. Tomorrow, 31st, is the last day of our festival. So please do join with all of your friends and family, either on the webinar or on our live YouTube link. Tomorrow, we'll be talking not only about flying robots and bias in STEM, we will also be talking about future skills and have an interview with a former NASA astronaut. So please ensure that you do tune in. We also have some fun workshops for kids tomorrow. So those are in the morning and are also free to attend. So please do come if those interest you. You can find out real-time updates about all of our activities and our schedules on our website and on our social media handles, again, which you can find in the chat. Thank you so much for being with us today, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow for the last and final day of India Science Month Online 2021.